I welcome all of you for the third day of the program. Let me introduce Dr. Nirmala Joshi ji. Dr. Nirmala Joshi is a PhD and also professor and HOD for research in MIT University, MIT Management Institute, which is located in Mumbai. I know her for more than a decade, and she's a researcher and hardcore statistics person. She teaches statistics, business statistics, and she has a very good connection with different parts of the world because she believes that research will give her the edge. And that's how, through the research, she became known across the globe. And she is a very well sought faculty and for giving the lectures. So over to you, ma'am. Now it is already 10. So without taking the time of yours, I hand over to you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me and making me the part of your FDP. It is always good to have interaction with you. I love it because I learned a lot from you. Looking forward to learn more from you. So, yeah. So, good morning to all. Without wasting our time, we would love to start it. So, our today's session will be not purely the qualitative. In qualitative, we are going to mix the quantitative techniques in that. So, I would be discussing more about the data analysis, data cleaning, data coding, and how can we arrive at the results. Because so far in last 2 days, you were discussing the tools and techniques to gather the data. Because I have, I was in few sessions, I was just listening the recording also. So the faculties have covered the entire part of this, what is qualitative research and how do we collect the data. So anybody who will share that, what type of data are you getting in qualitative research? I would love to have more inputs from you so that we can actually discuss and we can work on the files here. Okay, so what type of data are you getting in qualitative research? Anybody who would love to share his or her thoughts?
Yes, ma'am. It's more of perception study, behavioral study.
Okay.
Like I use for my market research for the companies, actually. That's the reason I'm attending this FDP, to know more how we can use more. Thank you.
So people are writing, it will be text data, experiments data. Good. So we are getting text data, experiment data. How will you love to analyze it? How will you, what techniques and tools you will use for that? If it is text data, can you arrive at a conclusion only on the basis of the text data? Or would you like to convert into a quantitative data? Or would you like to give them codes and try to draw inferences on that? So how will you do it?
So mostly like we make some themes, and based on the themes, we just put the statements under those themes and then we code it accordingly.
Very good, very good, very correct answers. It means you have good idea about this, that in qualitative research, what we do, we normally have a qualitative information, but for the analysis, we need to quantify it. Because I'm a quant person, as sir said, I'm not from the statistics, but my love for statistics is for years. When I started working on my research project way back in 1991. So long back, and we were not having all tools and techniques, so we have done everything manually. So I have actually literally calculated everything on papers from my data sets, and it was a huge data set. It was not a very small data set. Nowadays, we can work on that in 5 minutes and I can arrive at the conclusion. But in that time, I had to do it manually. So when I look at the data analysis nowadays, I feel, oh my God, it's so easy for people. Okay, in one click, you can get your analysis. But even after that, there are people who are struggling with this. So today I will try to focus on the fundamentals. Because once your fundamentals are clear, you understand the concept, you can apply it in any situation. In your any research whether it is marketing research or it is finance research, you are capturing data of behavior, you are capturing data through the questionnaire, where you have open-ended questions. Whatever data you are getting, you can apply it. So I will try to make it easy so that you can understand it. If at any point of time, if you are finding any difficulty, please let me know, because I have picked up very small cases, very simple cases, so that first you learn that and then you can apply in your complex cases. So directly, I don't want to jump on it. So the full day we have devoted, sir has told me that you have to start with the data cleaning and coding, because this is the very important part. And then in qualitative data, normally we are getting, as you have mentioned, text data, experiment data. But what do you call them? The text data or experiment data? Is it metric or non-metric data? When you are interested in analyzing it, what type of tools will you use for this? What type of data ultimately you are getting from that? For the analysis, we need something, no? Which we can predict on the basis of this. We can understand the behavior of the data, because only on the basis of the text data we cannot comment. Yeah, we do, but ultimately we convert into frequencies. We ultimately convert into figures, that yes, my text data is talking like this, so that we can build a model. Because for building a model, you need figures. So we convert the qualitative data into quantitative one, and then we apply the tools and techniques. So this is very, very, you can say, this is a process where you need to pay too much attention on it. Because if there is, the numbers are this, like the sales numbers are there, and the opinion of people are there into 1, 2, 3, 4 scale, it's very easy to correlate. But now you have to give a code in such a manner that you can capture the sense of your data properly. Then you can build a model. Okay. So in qualitative research, I feel the qualitative research is more difficult as compared to the quantitative. In quantitative, you have lots of models. Just take the data from authentic source. If you are doing time series analysis or anything, you take the data from government records, or you can collect your data. Data is available, or you can capture your data with the help of questionnaire. Then you put all the tools and techniques available for them, and build a model and draw the conclusion. But in qualitative, it is very difficult. There we have to understand the data. We have to clean the data properly. In quant also we have to clean it, but in qualitative we have to pay more attention. We have to give them weights, we have to give them numbers, we have to give them codes, so that we can build a model. Okay, so this is very tedious exercise. So for each and every step, you need attention. So today we are going to do it gradually. So I will start with that. Then I will share one, I have already shared the link of one software, which is very interesting, because normally we all are professors or we are in teaching. We cannot afford the paid softwares. Even if you are having a SPSS, you might be having access through your college or your institution. Normally faculties are not subscribing for this. So if I'm using Python or R for the data analytics, I have observed that many people are not comfortable with the coding. I'm sure, how many of you have done Python, or you are comfortable with codes? Can you share your experience for the data analysis doing in Python and R? Anybody who has done it? Okay, so we all are in the same ship, same boat, that we have fear for this. So even I love analysis, I love quantitative analysis, but the moment it comes to the coding, I have some fear that, oh my God, what if my code is not correct? My data will not give me proper result, or my analysis will not be correct. So always we have this fear. There are people who are very comfortable, and I really respect them. I also learned that I also tried it, but every time I have to look for one person who is expert in that. I just ask him that just check my codes are correct or not, my data outcome which is coming, because I'm feeling it is correct, but you verify it. So there is one software which I came across last year, though it is developed long back. It is in open source, and you need not to do the coding, and you can directly get the results. So it is just like it is working as a SPSS, but it's very user friendly. So today we are going to do exercises on that only. Excel, everybody is aware about this. So in Excel, there is no need to explain. I will show how can we use Excel to create our frequencies of qualitative data in a shortcut manner. So that will be in the first part. How can we use Excel to create category frequency for our qualitative data easily without too much difficulty, and then how to use that frequencies or that data to analyze and build the model. That will be my part of discussion for the second, and I would be focusing more on the logistic regression, because in qualitative data we have very few techniques which we can deploy. So in that, there is one of the most important is logistic regression, to predict the model or the predict the behavior of your data set, that if it is happening like this, what is the chance that my outcome will be this. For example, you are analyzing the marketing behavior. Somebody has said rightly that I'm capturing the behavior of people. How are they behaving? They are having, so you must have captured the data for this, that what is their behavior, what are the categories of the behavior, you are putting that person in this category. So whether this person will go for the personal loan or not. So outcome is again behavior based, yes and no, binary. It is not quantitative. So in that case, which technique can we apply? So the logistic regression is used popularly in this. So we will try to learn that, though it is very a detailed technique. I will share some resources for this so that you can read those books and you can make you comfortable with this. Today, I will just touch upon all these points with the help of the software. Okay, let me start the presentation here so that we can start the session. Okay, can you see the presentation? Is it visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first session, discovering the qualitative data analysis in JASP. JASP is a software which we would be using it. I have already shared the link with you. You can download it. There is no problem. Only in case your system is not accepting the non-exe files, then you have to take help from somebody. Hope you have downloaded it. Okay, so going back to the basic, the first thing, just let me do the adjustment here because I'm unable to see the entire screen. The slides are visible to all of you properly?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, because here I can't see fully, so that's why I'm just trying to make it adjusted. Okay, so going back to first thing. So today in first session, we are going to discover how can we do the qualitative data analysis in JASP, and the first step of that is data cleaning and coding. As we had discussed, there are few stages in the qualitative data analysis. These are almost same which we are following in the quantitative data analysis also. In quantitative data analysis also, we are collecting the data. We are doing the data reduction. That is, we are selecting it properly, focusing, simplifying it, converting into the data points which we can analyze. Then we are displaying that we are understanding the behavior of the data with the descriptive statistics and all. And there are tools and techniques which are helping us to understand the data and analyze the data. And ultimately, we are drawing the conclusion on the basis of the data analysis. Exactly the same process is followed in qualitative data. The only difference is in the qualitative data, the data collection methods are different. We have text data, we have experimental data, we are having data which is not metric at all. There are no numbers in that, but in some case we are getting the numbers also. So we are conducting interviews and we are getting the data from them. So here we have a data which is based on the theme, which is based on the behavior, which is based on the text. Sometimes we have content analysis where we can analyze the content and figure it out which word is used maximum time. Sometime on the basis of the perception of the people, we are putting them in different categories or their reaction in different categories. So in qualitative data, primarily our data collection is totally different from the normal quantitative data collection, number one. May I request you to mute yourself? May I request you to mute yourself, please? Okay, thank you. So in qualitative data also, So we are collecting the data through observations, through interviews, through experiments, or from the documents we are gathering it, or we have recording. But ultimately, what are we doing? Then we are doing it we are analyzing the data. To analyze data, we have to reduce it. Reduce it means we have to take the data which is relevant for us. Because when you are conducting an interview, there will be lots of sentences, but all the sentences are not useful to you. You have to take the sentences which are actually going with your codes or the theme, because there are lots of discussion happen, but there are few things which are very important in an entire discussion. That is leading towards a model that is talking about the perception of the person, or the background of the person, or the person is depressed or is a positive person, depending on your research objective. So we do the data reduction with the help of simplifying that with the help of codes, or with the help of data cleaning techniques. We clean the data and put the codes in that, and then now data is in front of us, so that we can apply the tools and techniques to create a model out of it. So this is the process which we have followed in quantitative also and in qualitative. The only difference is here, data is not in numbers, it is in codes, it is in frequencies. We have just converted it into frequency. So normally we call it a categorical data. We had divided our data into categories. This person will come in this category, this person will come in this category, on the basis of the perception, on the basis of the attitude of the person. Or suppose I am trying to understand the behavior of a person for a particular event, then I can say this person is behaving positively, this person is behaving negatively. Or suppose I have to sell my credit cards in bank. So this is the background, this is my data, whether this person will buy it or not. So my outcome is again in category. It is not on quant. It is not in numeric numbers. So this is the most important point in your qualitative data. That everything we are doing, we are ultimately converting into different categories. Whatever analysis you have done, all the data points you have calculated, all the texts you have captured, all the sentiments you have captured, you are putting them into different categories, so that we can do the analysis of it. That's why in qualitative data analysis, the focus, normally we call it categorical data analysis, because here we have categories to analyze. So we are doing that, and we can do it with the help of frequencies. We can, normally what we are doing, that these categories dominate, so we are calculating the percentages or frequency we are showing it. And many people are comfortable with using the chi-square. Instead of t-test, we cannot apply t-test, so we are putting the chi-square test there, and we are analyzing the data. So these are the few things which we all are comfortable. I'm sure you have done it again and again. So in qualitative data analysis, there are primarily 6 types, which you must have learned in last 2 days. Continuously you are working on it. But in all these 6 categories, in all these 6 types, ultimately what are we getting? We are getting the categories. Okay, so you must have heard about this, the grounded analysis, where you are taking one single case to formulate a theory. But again, in that single case, you are trying to understand what is the phenomena in that. So again, the data is converted into different categories to develop the model. Okay, so the codes are created, and then on the basis of codes, the different categories of codes, and then there are different levels to do it. We will see that in detail. Content analysis, you are doing the analysis of content. Again, here you are categorizing them, or the behavioral of data is converted in classified and summarized. Again, you are getting a categorical data. This content is coming in this category or this category. This is very aggressive content, or this is pro content, or it is against the theme, like this. So depending on your research, you will have different categories. So there are no standards here. This you have to develop it. Okay, so in narrative analysis, the narrative is presented. Again, here the narrative will be converted into codes, and you have to get the data, convert the data into categories. Discourse analysis, the same thing, that you are having a talk or a written text. In that also, this is during the natural talk, but you have again converted that into codes, and these codes are converted into category. So less and more, all these analysis, the base of data collection or the types of qualitative data analysis, in every case, we are having the categories of data. So we can only do the categorical data analysis and qualitative, whatever text you had. So ultimately, we have to build a model. And for building the model, we have to apply the tools and techniques which are related to the categorical data analysis. So in thematic analysis or framework analysis, which is very advanced, again, here we are creating the themes on the basis of the codes. We are preparing the charts, mapping them and interpreting them. So in all 6 categories, in all 6 methods, ultimately, what are we doing? We are doing the categorical data analysis. So let's learn how to do it, what tools and techniques are available to us so that we can start it. Okay. For example, you can see a very simple presentation of the thematic analysis. The entire slide is visible to all of you? Or the upper part is okay?
Yes.
It's visible, madam.
Yeah.
It's visible, visible.
Yeah. So in thematic analysis, what are we doing? We are familiarizing with the data. So suppose you have interviewed some person, and now you just get the familiarity with the data, that what this person is talking about, how he is expressing himself. Okay, what questions you have asked and what are his answers, his or her answers. Okay, so we first familiarize with the data. We just try to read each and every phrase of that. Okay, so something you can see, I have given one simple example, which you can see in many case studies. I have primarily referred the Andy Field. There are 3-4 books. I will share it with you also, which you can refer for stats whenever you are stuck somewhere. You can refer these books, and for logistic also, I will share a very interesting book with you. So first thing, we just try to be the familiarizing with the data set. So what the person is saying. Okay, we reach each and every sentence, and on the basis of this, we underline it and then generate the initial codes. Okay, this sentence means this. This is a positive sequence. This is a negative sequence, or this is showing about the strength or the satisfaction by this person, or this is showing about the need which he or she is having, or the patient is feeling that her actions are anchored in reality or not. So we create the basic categories. These are called the open coding, the first stage. Then on the basis of that, we organize all the codes. That is the second level of coding, which will group all the codes. Okay, and then this is called the XEL coding. Okay, second level of coding, or summarizing the coding. Then we select the themes from these codes, and then we define the themes and we build the model. So this is a process which we have followed, which you must have studied also in thematic analysis. I'm sure in last 2 days you have discussed a lot on these techniques. So this is a process which we are also going to follow in our data analysis. Okay, this is one example. You can see that you have taken one interview. This is available in this, and typically you can actually prepare a data file in your Excel like this. Okay, so you can convert whatever text you have and connect with different themes. Okay, and you can highlight it. And there are common things which you can see it. I'm just using the pointer. This side, this is a common thing. Okay, you can see here you are talking about the topic or thematic category. This is past, this is present, and this is the youth identity category. These are on the basis of time. And then again here you can have a 2, that this is the lived experience, that this has happened in past, and this is the reflective activity, that yes, on the basis of this, what is the outcome, or what the way the person is thinking, what sentence or the expression that person has used. You can divide it into like this, and what is happening right now and presently. And then again, the youth identity techniques, which focus codes are there, where you are talking about the social identity stereotypes, or the personality identity is there, or the self-stereotyping category is there, whether your respondent had used all those things. So how will you represent it? So again, you can have an example of codes and sub-themes, which you can keep it in your Excel, so that whenever you are having the text, you can just put copy your text there and select it, and then you can create a frequency distribution. You can put the classify that. So this is the very first level of doing your understanding the data set, understanding your text, understanding your feedback given by the respondent, and putting it in a proper framework. And this you can do easily in Excel, because nowadays everything is coming in digital form, or whatever responses are there, either you are recording or you are typing it, and you can put those things in your Excel, and you can refer it as a working papers for you before writing it. And here you can see in left hand side, you can have your key information about the respondent. So this will help you in analyzing or creating the model. Okay, so what is the date of interview, what was the place of interview, and what is the name of the respondent, what is the gender of respondent, age bracket, and all those things. So this is giving you the basic information about your respondent. Okay, so this is the first level of structuring your data. So if you have text data, you can do it. Now sometime what happens, we are having the data which we have captured with the questionnaire also, and these are the open-ended questions. Okay, so we can analyze that also, we can convert that into categories, and we can do it. So today we will focus on that, because that is a very simple part, and normally we are having a questionnaire, say 100, 200 questionnaires where we have asked open-ended question, and we are getting sentences and the paragraphs from the respondent. So how to convert them into categories? So we will have an example on that. So first is you understand the data, edit it, just structure it. Then we start the data cleaning, data editing and cleaning. Then we do the coding and classification, tabulation, and then the exploratory data analysis and the model building. So this is the process of your data collection and reduction stage. So you have seen the first stage. I have just taken a simple example. You can have your data set from the questionnaire also, which you can clean it, you can edit it. You must have done in quantitative also, that you are getting the Excel sheet from the Google, if you are using Google Forms or any other platform. So there you have open-ended question, so you will get lots of responses in that. So how to clean that, how to edit that, we will do it today after 10 minutes. So once we will do it, then we will give them the codes, and we will classify, we will get the frequencies. So this is the process of data cleaning. Okay, so now what is the importance of data editing and cleaning? You all are aware about this. If your data is not clean, you have not done proper editing, it is very difficult to draw conclusions from that, because we don't know what the respondent is going to tell us, what is his feedback. We have to put them in a proper structure so that we can draw conclusion. Many times what happens, whenever we are asking them, if you have text, in text also you will find that data is incomplete, okay, inconsistent. There are many areas where the person has not even responded, or sometimes the response is there, but it is not logical, it is not matching with our team. So what we have to do at the first stage, whenever we are collecting the data, we have to do the editing. This is a very rigorous exercise or very tedious one, because here if you are not able to clean your data properly, so you have to pay a lot of attention on it, that my data should be consistent, my responses should be proper. I could capture the proper sentiment of my respondent. And if I have given a questionnaire for the open-ended questions also, I have got best responses from them. In case they have not given, you can call back and you can collect it again, so that you can analyze it. So the first level of your data cleaning and editing is to go through the entire collected data one by one and check whether your data is ready for the analysis or not, because that is the, once you have got the clean data, then only you can do it. There may be some missing frequencies, there missing values. There may be some questions where respondent has not given the answer, or you needed basic information of the respondent to build your model later, that is missing. So this is the first stage where you have to check each and everything to ensure that you are gathering the relevant information and the correct information. If you are not doing it, obviously you are going to have problem, because we cannot run all those things in the software. Now, the same problem is there in quantitative data also. In that case, we are having huge data we are gathering, but many missing values are there. So for the quantitative, we have tools, and directly we can run it, because we can observe that, okay, this figure is not there. We can take the average of other figures and we can fill that. If our you can say the missing data is less than 10%, we can just drop them from our data. But in qualitative, it is very difficult, because we are having a small sample many a times. We are having, when we are doing the in-depth interviews, so then there will be 10 or 20 responses, most in to the max. Or suppose we are getting open-ended questionnaire, we can go for 100 responses or 200 responses at the max, because that is good enough to analyze. Because open-ended question, analyzing the open-ended question and the qualitative data is a tedious task as compared to the quantitative. There I can analyze the data for 1,000, 2,000 people in just click of a one click in the mouse, and I can get the data analysis immediately. Even Excel will give me all the frequencies and high-end, even the regression modeling also will be there in Excel. It will take very less time. But when you are getting open-ended responses, you have to read yourself. You have to read and convert into a code. And then on the basis of the code, you have to convert into frequency. Then you can apply the your analysis techniques. Therefore, in qualitative data, the data editing and cleaning is very tedious task and very important task. Because if at this stage you have some error, your entire analysis will go haywire. So how to do the data cleaning? Normally, first, we can just set the correct variable type also. Whatever data you have got. See, in questionnaire, you will have different fields. Now, I'm paying attention on the collection tool as a questionnaire, because there you will have qualitative and quantitative both. You will have categorical data as well as you will have scalar data. I'm sure you all are comfortable with the terms nominal, ordinal, scalar, and ratio data. Anybody who would love to share the view? What do we mean by the nominal data? What do we mean by the nominal data? Okay, nominal data, we have just the name. It is categorical data. You have just given the name of the data, that this is, we have divided the category into, we are capturing the data on the basis of gender. So we have given the name, male, female. This is called nominal. For example, yes.
Ma'am, when we are using data label, when we are providing the labels to our variables, that is what we call nominal.
Yeah, and what is ordinal?
Ordinal is when we are using the ranking also in the data, when we are organizing it in rank form.
Yeah, it is coming in an order. So that is ordinal.
Yes.
So
Yes,
nominal
yes.
and ordinal both are your numeric data, non-numeric data?
Ma'am, in nominal, like you said, that we can categorize it as male, female, true, false, dichotomous.
Yes.
But when it comes to ordinal, we are dealing with numbers and we are ranking them accordingly.
Okay.
For example, if I'm organizing something height wise, so that is what you call as ordinal.
So height you are capturing in measurement, na? So this is scalar data.
Yes.
Don't you think it is a scalar data? When height,
yes, yes, yes.
Height you can measure it. So
Right,
in
right,
ordinal,
right.
Yeah, ordinal means you cannot measure it.
Yes,
You
yes,
can give the
yes,
preference.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Highly satisfied, satisfied, not satisfied. Okay.
Right, right.
So
True.
now
Yes.
this is the Likert scale, but it is again in coming in order. Or first, second, third. Okay. Or suppose you are talking about the pain, severe pain, unbearable pain, or normal. Okay. This is coming in an order. Very high level of pain, moderate pain, lower level of pain, or there is no pain. So this is an order. The data is coming in an order. So this is called ordinal data, where you have a sequence. You cannot put them, you cannot change the sequence. you have to put them in an order. That is called the ordinal data. Nominal data, you can put it in any sequence. Okay. For example, if you have male, female, male you can put first or female you can put first. There is no impact on your data analysis. You will get the same result. So nominal and ordinal both are your categorical data. We are dividing them into categories. So people who are coming in severe category, okay, those who are depressed severely, those who are depressed normally, tolerable, and those who are not depressed. So these are the three categories which are coming in an order. So that is again a category, but coming in an order. Whereas in nominal, they are not coming in an order. There are three different categories. You can place them here and there. Doesn't have any impact on your data set. Okay. So in qualitative data analysis, our focus is normally on the nominal and ordinal. 99% times we are getting the categorical data. And many times we are just giving them the labels or codes, and this is our nominal data. So what type of analysis can we do with this? So today we are going to focus on this, because for the scalar, we have lots of techniques. I have actually dedicated a few slides on that. Okay, first understand the data and select the technique. Just run that you can barely fit in qualitative data analysis as far as the tools and techniques are concerned. Okay, so we have to select the right type of variable, correct variable, that it is nominal or it is ordinal. We need to understand it whenever we are doing it, because without that we cannot do the data analysis, and we have to put the labels. So suppose it is your scalar data and you have put it as a nominal data, your softwares will give you an error. You cannot. Then they will say there are 100 categories. Okay, because suppose you have taken just now, somebody said, I cannot see the name here on the screen because I'm using the full screen for the presentation. So suppose you are saying, okay, we have height. Now on the basis of height, we are converting into categories. Okay, but suppose you have taken the height, this is a scalar data, and you have described as a nominal, you have put the label nominal, and you are running the softwares to arrive at the conclusion. Software will give you the saying that there are 100 plus categories, because obviously the height will be different. Or suppose there are 2 or 3 people on the same height, so they will put it in one category. Still there will be 50-60 categories. Okay, so we need to put the correct type of label on the data. That is very important. This is the first stage. Whenever I start my session, I tell my students also to understand the data first. What type of data are you getting? Without that, you cannot do the analysis at all. Then you will do the haywire. Because I was once here in university, there was one research conference, and there was one research paper was presented, and that team has used regression with 5 data points. And the person was masters in economics. The guide was PhD in economics. I said, the student was presenting it. I said, sir, I don't have any doubt on the student, because he is not aware of this. We cannot regress on the basis of 5 data points. That is again in quantitative. Your results will be haywire. There will be a great technical error in this. You will have a sampling error in this, because with 5 data points, you cannot regress at all. But if it is nominal data, we are having only 10 data points, because in qualitative data, we are not having hundreds and 200 data points. We would be having small data points, small data sets. Can we apply that? So we will learn it in coming slides. I have tried to cover that, though it was not part of my data cleaning and data coding, but that is very important to understand in the analysis. So I will spend few minutes on that again. So first we have to understand the data so that we can decide that which tool will be applicable for the analysis. Okay. So first thing is this, then we have to label them properly. If we are putting into nominal data sets, these are the nominal. So proper labeling is very important, which is representing the data. Okay, so we have to put the labels properly. Then we have to, if we have to scales, so we have to shift the scales of measures properly, that which scale are you using as per your data set, you have to apply it. We have to do the reverse coding. because once we have done this, on the basis of this, again, we have to do the coding that now my variables should come under this category. So this is a continuous exercise which we have to follow. Sometimes we can observe by doing the analysis when we are doing the data cleaning that we have captured a variable and we have named the variable in such a manner, but when we do the analysis, we find that there is a new variable which is emerging from the data set. We can group it separately so that we can get the insight. I'll share one experience which we had when we were working on excess factor in pharmaceutical industry. Whenever the product is launched, so the product will be either successful or it will be failure. But for the product launch, a lot of money is involved in that, because obviously you are launching new medicine in market. You have to have a proper data analysis and you have to launch a systematic so that it is successful. It is reaching to the doctors. Srivastav sir is expert in pharmaceutical industries research, but one of my student has done PhD on it. So we were doing it. We were working on the understanding the impact of excess factor in pharmaceutical industry or drug launch. So what are the factors which will have impact on this? So we have designed the entire questionnaire and we have captured the data, and we had planned, we have our own hypothesis that these are the excess factor and this will be the impact. Excess factor means the distribution, the pricing, awareness about this and the campaigns and all those things. So we have designed everything. So there were some categorical data and some metric data. And outcome was, obviously it was categorical, that the launch will be successful or launch will be failure. So what strategies should be adopted by the companies so that launch is successful? So again, it was mix of qualitative and quantitative. So we had interviewed more than 25 executives who had done product launch in last 5 years in different segments. So there were oncologist drugs, there were normal formulation, there were wellness drugs, and so on. So we have captured the data as a whole. Then we set on, we started editing and cleaning the data. Then we observed that some data points were missing. Okay, we had done that. And when we analyzed, when we put our model was showing that there is no impact of the excess factor on the launch of drug, because three different categories are actually eliminating the impact of the excess factor on the success of the product launch. We set once again, we actually created a new categorical data set from that, converted into 4 different categories. We gave them the names, and then we analyzed the data, the same data set, which we have captured from 25 executives. It was qualitative in-depth interview data and 500 respondents, in which we had distributors, we had doctors, we had other experts from the industry who were working in that field. So we had different groups, and we have captured that, their sentiments and their feedback on that. And then we divided into 4 categories, that the product launch for a oncology drug will be different, and these are the important factor, and for the wellness drugs will be different. And we got totally different insight from the data set, which was not possible if we would have worked on that data set in a group. So in marketing, you are doing the clustering and all. That is also on the basis, you are getting new insight from the data set once you are analyzing. Exactly the same thing is happening in qualitative also. Initially, we have in mind that my data will be like this. We have captured the interview data through the interviews or through the open-ended question. So my data will come like this. People will respond like this, or they are having these categories, and then I will have a model like this. So this we actually plan when we are going for the research. But when we actually work on data, all of a sudden we realize that whatever we have thought for the our research, my data is giving me the different story. So I cannot work on the same variable. We have identified new variable, or I have to create a new category altogether in my data set. So that comes when you are doing the basic exercise of data cleaning and coding. Okay, I hope you have got some insight here. there is one very interesting paper, or there are lots of content I have observed on University of Waterloo website. I will share the link with you. Okay, and this person has done PhD on it. How to do the data cleaning and editing properly. What are the tools and techniques for this? So his entire research papers or entire publication is in that topic only, the data cleaning and data coding. Okay, so I have taken the sample from his research paper. He has given the tools and techniques to detect the error. He has focused on quantitative as well as qualitative. So I liked it very much because this is applicable in qualitative, quantitative both. We have to adopt as per our requirement. And this is the way you can maintain your Excel also. So in his paper, I have given the reference here on the website also. And there are many such publications in their name. I have observed minimum 10 publication, which is focused on the data cleaning and coding. So if you want to explore it further in detail, please do visit all these research papers published by them. Okay, so they have said that how to detect it. What are the techniques? So first we have to find out what to detect. I want to do the analysis. I want to find out the errors in my data set, raw data which I've got. I should be very clear what I have to find out, what error I have to observe. Okay, this is very important in qualitative. So they said error type is very important, that what you want to detect in your data set. Now we are talking about, our focus is on qualitative. The same is applicable in quantitative also. So they said there are two types of error. The IC errors and duplicates error. What is IC error? That is a integrity constraints. Data is not giving you that insight, or you feel, hey, ye aisa nahi ho sakta. Many times it happens now. There is one student who has scored 90. You say, he cannot score 90. You feel that because this is integrity. You know that person very well that he cannot score 90, or he has not written this. This cannot be response from this person. So you know it very well. So these are called the integrity concept, where a fraction of the first order of data qualifies the rules that database should confirm, but it is not confirmed. Okay, suppose I have asked a very difficult question and the person has given so good answer without any error, flawless. I know that person very well, his language is not so good, but he has given this answer. It means there is a problem of integrity. First level of IC. Okay, well, my feeling, I know this, but we will accept it. So we have to verify it and clean it. Okay, and this can happen in quantitative also. That suppose your numbers are coming, outliers are there. We have to remove it. So there are two types of errors, duplicates or the integrity constraint, where you feel that this data is not correct. So we need to remove that. We need to clean that. Okay. So in integrity constraint, they have again given 4 categories. The one category is related to normally that is related to quantitative. So I have removed that. For us, there are 3 categories. We can put your integrity constraint in 3 groups when we are doing the cleaning. Okay. The FD stands for the functional dependency. This will happen if this is so. Suppose you are asking something again in qualitative. The person whom you are asking the question, he is from Mumbai and he is giving some response which is not relevant at all. This is not possible. The functional, if you say that if 2 people are in that area and the outcome should be like this, okay, and you have developed a theory, the function you have developed, that if a person is coming from this area, should data set, or this will be the response, or this is the way he will write, or the course he will give me, this is the insight. If that is not clear, you have to dig deep. So this is called the functional dependencies which you have developed. Okay, if person, I will give you a simple example in quantitative. In qualitative, this is very complicated to identify the functional dependency. In quantitative, it is very easy. So I'm talking about the marks awareness about the statistical techniques of MBA student. Now the person has not even taken the admission. He is coming from the graduation and he has given me the response on this. It is not functionally. The functional dependency. My model is saying, I am going to assess that the subject knowledge of a person who is an MBA, but the person is coming from different category, my data itself is wrong. I have to remove it. Or I want to say the function. So suppose my two respondents are in New York. So their way of their level of salaries or their level of income would be, if they are working in the same company, identical. And on the basis of this, I have developed one function that this is the way their all other information should come to me for the analysis. If there is some error, then it is called the functional deficiency error. The functions which you have select for interpreting your data or the values itself is if giving you an error, you need to rectify it. Second is your DC. DC is your denial constraint. Sometimes, as I told you, the person who is in New York, his salary should be equal to the person who is in New York in the same company working at the same. But if your data set is giving you something different, it is denied. Totally, it cannot be possible. So it means some error is there. Or some person is, now see, we need to explore it. In qualitative data, we try to figure it out why this denial is happening, why there is a differentiation. Okay. In quantitative, we just go to the figures to check it. Whereas in qualitative, we dig deep to figure it out. Okay, this is the difference. So denial constraint are that this cannot be possible. If two respondents are coming from the same background, same area, they are doing the same work, then this type of response should be there. But if it is way apart, totally different, then we have to check the denial constraint and we have to figure it out. What are the reasons behind this in qualitative? So we have to pay attention on, is there any denial constraint in your data set? So you have to dig deep in this. You may get totally different insight from that. Oh my God, this is happening in my data set. And you can build a new theory on the basis of this. So these are the important things which you have to pay attention on it. And sometimes there are other errors also, that duplication is there, or the data set is missing, or the person has not responded properly, or the responses are not relevant. So we have to identify, do you have this type of problem in your data set? First, you clean that. This is the first level of detection. So what to detect? Duplicates and the integrity constraints. You can define this constraint depending on your objectives. Then how to detect? There are two ways. There are softwares. They will do it. You have to do the coding. You have to put your data in that and they will do it. But where in that case, in quantitative, yes, we can define it and we can do it. But in qualitative, it should be human guided, because normally we understand the concept, what are we working on for our research. So accordingly, we have to check our data set. So how to detect it? Either automated. So repeated errors are there, or cleaning problems are there, the missing values, you can do it with the help of automatic detection. But the insights which you want to get from your data, it will be human guided. You have to spend your time on that. Now, the third level of error detection is the BI layer. BI means business intelligence, we call it. So business intelligence is nothing. This is your insight. Okay. So immediately, if you are getting some insight from the data, you are saying, my God, there is a great problem in this data. Okay. At the intelligence level, your gut feeling, you yourself are not convinced with the output of that or the response of that. Then you have to check the source and the target. Okay, what is the source of that business intelligence layer, which is giving you a signal that this data is not clear? Okay, check the source. Is it captured properly? Your tool itself was wrong or something, or the target who has responded it, from where you have done, check it. So this is called the where to detect. If it is a BI layer, where the business intelligence, where you have to get the insight and you have a feeling that the entire response, or there is a statistic errors in your response or significant errors in your response, then you have to think about the source. What is the source of that information? You have to rectify that. Or the target which he has collected. What was the target? Why that error is happening? What is the reason behind this? So this happens at a very crucial, but when you do the detailed analysis of data inside, that you understand that the data itself which I have captured, it is not as per my objectives. So you have to go back to your drawing boards and capture the data again. Okay, so these are the simple techniques which you can deploy in quantitative, qualitative both. You can maintain your Excel like this, that suppose you have different types of, now these are applicable in quantitative primarily, and there are softwares which can give you the information. You can simply make your errors. Okay, I have observed this error. This is the, or this is my first response, second response, third response. What type of error I have observed, whether I have rectified or not. This is simply the Excel which you are maintaining to clean the data. Okay, this is not the rocket science. This is simply to keep the record that in your data you have, this is the way you have clean your data. Now, so if you have error in data, you have observed it, how to clean it. What are the data repairing techniques? So again, in qualitative, you have to pay attention on it. Okay. So first we have to understand what to repair. What is the repair target? The data itself. Okay. In data, again, is it a one-time repairing? Only 1 and 2 values are missing. We have to fill that. How to do that? Or the entire collection which you have done, the data collection from one respondent or one source, that is creating problem. So holistically, you have to change the error in your data, or only the few errors which you are having. So we have to go and check it. So what to repair first? Data. So is it only one time or the holistic, the entire data set? Then you have to restart. Okay. Sometimes what happens, the way you have captured it, the rules which you have set for your data, we have to pay attention on it. The what to repair, the rules which you have set, that I have collected this data. Now these are the rules. If I modify it, because in pilot we are doing it, then I will get better quality of data, or I can add few more questions in this. Or do I need to do the both? My data as well as the rules, I have to modify it so that I can repair my data set. And this is better data set for working on my research project. So this is the first thing which you have to apply. Then can we do it automatically, or you have to do it manually? Depending on the quantum of the error in your data set, we can go. If these are normal errors in your data set, you can do it automatically, missing values, duplication, and all those things. But if it is an insight from that, you have to do it yourself. Then we have to repair the model in place of the model based. You have already model, you have built it, or you have to repair it, you can modify it. Or this is a given model to you, you have to change the model as per the data set. So we have to repair the model which we have prepared. Okay, so these are the data repairing techniques which you can follow. Now, coming to the data coding. Data coding is giving the name to your qualitative data. So whenever you are capturing the data, it is coming in text, it is coming in theme. So we are giving a code to them so that we can count it, we can analyze it, we can further build the models. But we should always remember, not everything that counts can be counted and should be counted. But because in research, we are applying the quantitative techniques in the qualitative data also, so we need to quantify it through the codes. So codes are nothing. These are the names which I have given. Codes, coding is a qualitative research, is a process which enable us to collect the data to and assemble, categorize, and sort it so that we can apply our different tools and techniques on it. Okay, so I have given a very good reference here. In that they have given a detailed insight about the how to do the coding in qualitative research. Please do refer it. Okay, so now what are the types of coding in qualitative data? You have already worked on it. I will just touch upon this. The qualitative coding is the open coding, the first level of coding, which we have seen in previous example, that we just give the codes to first level data, that this is my text coming, so I can classify them in different categories. I have given them the codes. Then on the basis of codes, we are drawing a theme, or we are converting into another category of the codes, that is called the axial coding. And then the selective coding, the third level of this. Okay, on the basis of this, we build the model. So these are the types of different coding. We can call it the cementing coding also and latent codes. Cementing codes are to identify the explicit and the surface meaning of the data. Means two things are totally different. Okay, so we can identify it and we can put it in one category. So that is called the cementing codes. And the latent codes are that we try to understand the underlying idea on it. The data is, or the text is giving us some information, but the underlying pattern is totally different. Many times we ask somebody, say suppose you are doing trying to figure it out, one AIDS patient, whether he is happy in his life or not. Okay, when you will ask a question to an AIDS patient, when you are analyzing, trying to capture their sentiments, their moods towards life, obviously the person will not be happy, and he is not going to show you directly that I'm not happy with the life. Okay, so if you are asking, how is life? Obviously, a normal person will respond, so life is good. But a person who is suffering from AIDS or any terminal disease, he will say, oh, yes, life is good. So the pauses which he has taken, the sentence which he has said, though it is looking same, but the latent code or theme is saying that no, he is not okay. Because the way he has taken the pauses, so this is called the latent codes, which we identify from the way the data is captured at that time. So depending on your research, you will have latent themes or the semantic themes, means directly you are observing that, okay, this text is saying me this sentiment, this is my code for this. But when you are going in deep and you are captured, you are sitting there, you are listening the person's response, and you are figuring it out, no, the sentence is same, but the underlying, you can say the pattern or the feeling is different. So you can give a code that is called the latent codes. Okay, so ultimately these are the codes which we analyze. Okay, so the overview of the coding process is very simple. We collect the data for analysis. So first we do the open coding. We categorize all the data. Then on the basis of this, we do the filtering of the your codes. Okay, in open coding, now you can see there are many pages of text, and we are creating, say, 30 to 40 codes in that. This is called the open coding. And from this 30 to 40, we reduce the codes to 20. This is XAL coding, where we are reducing the codes so that you can analyze this properly. Then again, this we convert into the selective ones, that is the final theme. We reduce the codes to 5 to 7 themes only, so that we can now build a model properly. So this is the coding process: collection of data, open coding, then exile coding, then the selective coding, then development of the theme, and arriving at the meaning. You can see that I had tried to put it in a picture so that you can understand it properly. But the most important thing in qualitative data is at each and every stage, you can see it is clear in this picture that you are going back and coming back. So you have to be focused that what is your research question. Accordingly, you have to do your coding all the time and present the results. So each step, it is not going directly. It is again, if there is any problem at this, go back to your research question and verify it. If you have built the codes, it should be related to your research question. And so if there is any issue, go back to your boardroom, drawing room, and plan it, start from the scratch or rectify it there. So this is very important in this. So I have just tried to put a simple example here of all this, the entire process once again, the open coding category here. Then we try to build the relationship. What is the causal condition? What are the core category or the phenomena on the basis of open category? What is the context? And we develop the strategy and do it. The example is here. The open codes are given as a conflict, equality, compromise. We can bring to all these open codes in one code, that is collaboration. Okay, similarly, listening and sharing idea comes under communication. Then role clarification, diversity, understanding the teams. Okay, so now we have done the second level of coding. Then all three are part of your teamwork. So if now we can work, teamwork is the core value of a team. This is the meaning, and the theory is teamwork is a key component of effective effective organization culture. So this is the way you can analyze your data. So gradually you have to arrive at the theory on the basis of your selective themes, which is based on your codes, which you have created from the open codes. Okay. So this is the process. Now, how can you do it? You can have your code book, you can design it, and on the basis of, you can maintain it, because here it is very important to document each and everything. Whenever you are writing the paper, you have to mention it. Sometimes there are good research paper journals, they ask it, what was the process? So in your working papers, you can select it. You can, these are mine, just like the auditors are keeping your working papers, you can keep it that, yes, I had used codes for this, I have used code for this sentiment, I have put them in this category, and so you have to keep your code book or memos for the formulation of codes. If you are not documenting it, you may forget it, and when you are analyzing another questionnaire or another set of interview, there may be some difference, because here you have decided that where to put my information under which category. So if you are missing something there, your entire frequencies will be different, your categorical data and the outcome will be different. So you have to be very careful about this. So the formulation of the data coding and codebook memos, we have to remember these should be very appropriate, and it should be connected with the research objectives. It should be comprehensive and mutually exclusive. It should not happen the same sentence or the theme. It can go in A category or B category. These two should be exclusive. It should not be inclusive. I can put in A or B. It should not be there, because otherwise you will not able to get the proper results. And normally you should prefer that for the single variable, there should be one entry, one code, so that you can analyze your data properly. Now, this is a sample code book. On the basis of this, you can keep, this is the basic information, you can give the codes, and then on the your other responses, open-ended responses, you can code them on the basis of the responses. So primarily code book and the secondary code book, or the code book for the qualitative content, you can have it. Okay. Once you have done it, you got the data. Now you can classify it mostly in categories, and you will get the frequencies, and you can do the analysis. Okay. So up to this stage, do you have any question? Any question? Was it? So shall we go ahead with an example and do it in Excel? Okay.
Ma'am, am I audible? Abhinandan this side.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, once more, if you can go back to those coding, I mean those theory coding part, I have just a little confusion in latent coding and one more, that what you discussed. The last two categories, yes, is semantic code and latent code. If you just can discuss one more this slide.
Okay, fine. So simply try to understand this. Suppose I'm saying I'm happy. Okay. And one person who is having AIDS, and he is also saying I'm happy. So in semantic code, you will take both the responses in the one category only. Okay, both are saying the same text, same answer. I'm happy. But what is the underlying idea? The person who is saying I am happy, okay, he is not happy. He is trying to communicate. So in latent code, we try to figure it out, the underlying ideas of it. Okay. In semantic, what is surface meaning of that? What is visible? So when we are doing the text analysis, whatever coming in text, what is the exact meaning of that text? If we are putting in the code, we are not going beyond it. We are keeping it the surface meaning of the text itself that comes under the semantic codes. So many a time in the qualitative research, we go for the latent codes. We try to find out the underlying idea or the pattern. For example, whenever somebody is asking you, the third person who is outsider, he is asking you, how is your portfolio? You will say, fine. Fine. Okay. What do you mean by fine? It's okay. It's giving me return. Whatever you. So this is, if I am taking as it is my semantic code. You have told me, but I can see your expression. So you have used the same word, which another person has used, but your underlying meaning of fine is different from that person. Then it goes to your underlying. When you try to figure it out, these are the latent codes or themes.
So ma'am, in that particular chart or graph, in that particular chart, what you showed, that table later on,
Hmm.
given any example of this semantic, not the semantic, the latent code, somewhere how to put that latent, if I am taking help of latent coding, in that case, is it there in that particular text, in that particular slide?
Sir, it depends on your
How
the way
to
you have captured the
incorporate
data.
that?
In
How
this
to-
slide, I have taken the codes only. Okay. I have not taken the semantic or latent codes. That will depend on you on the basis of your research topic, whether you are paying attention on this and you have to mention it. That this is the way, because see, suppose we are writing a paper, you will be keeping your, suppose I'm doing PhD on it or I'm doing thesis on it. I would be retaining that data set with me, that these are the interviews which I have taken, or these are the questionnaires from which I have gathered the data. Okay. Now I have given the codes to them. Now these are the semantic codes, means the exactly whatever they had written, I have taken them on the face value and I have allocated the codes, and this is the way I have created the frequencies. Okay. So there you have to mention. But when you have taken the interviews, so then you are talking about the voice modulation, you are talking about the background. So then you will say, okay, we have used the latent coding, that we have tried to capture the underlying
Emotions
theme
as
of the
well.
sentence. Okay.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah. So process is same, because I have taken only the codes. Now your codes can be semantic or latent. So you can see I have not put it. See here, these two things are different. What it and this.
Okay.
That's why there is a space.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam, can I ask one question, ma'am?
Sure, sir.
Ma'am, you have taken a code as a 54321. Strongly agree 54 is for 5, and then agree is for 54321. Yeah, 54321, ma'am. Can I take a code of 12354? Strongly agrees is 1 and agrees 2, and the neutral is 3.
You can say,
4
you
is
can do, sir. Sir, it
Yeah,
will
ma'am.
actually impact your analysis. We will do it.
Yeah.
Okay, we will
But
do it. I will show you in the software when you are using it 01, because see what
Yeah.
are we doing? We are just,
Yeah.
I'll just give you an example. Now I'm
Yeah.
talking about the satisfaction. Okay.
Yeah.
Now satisfaction, you will say highly satisfied,
Highly satisfied with 1, ma'am.
1, and
1.
highly unsatisfied or dissatisfied, 5. Okay.
5.
On the like
Okay.
that scale.
Yeah.
Another person can say highly satisfied, I will give 5 marks.
5 marks.
5
Okay,
to 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
is it going to impact your observation or data? Your frequencies are coming.
Yeah.
You are giving
Yeah.
them different weights. Okay.
Yeah.
We will
Okay.
interpret with that
Maybe
that is
the
the
result
way.
will be result will be different, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. But I can take this type
Yes.
of coding, ma'am. Yeah, I can
Yes.
take this type of coding. But
You can.
my study will not be different, ma'am. No,
Nothing.
my study will be different, but my study is not wrong, ma'am.
Yes, because you will arrive at conclusion on the basis of your
basis of that coding, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, fine, ma'am.
I'm
Thank you.
saying
Thank you.
zero for success and 1 for failure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I've given just
outcome.
only coding, ma'am.
Yes,
Just
this
only
is-
coding.
Because
This is
it's
not a
just
hard and
coding,
fast.
nothing. No hard and fast.
Yeah. This is not fun. Okay, man. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So shall we go ahead with this? Let's
Yeah. Definitely,
we
ma'am.
will have
Definitely.
one example in Excel. Let me start sharing one Excel here. How can we do the codes in Excel? Okay. I will quickly, because it is 11:17. I think by 11:30 we have to do. So a very simple way of converting your qualitative data into quantitative. Can you see my Excel here? Can you see the Excel? No.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see the Excel now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam, yes, we can see.
Okay. Yeah. So now I'm just showing you very simple. I think you might have done it, but just because Srivastava sir told me that there are many people who are even not good at using the Excel, because Excel is a very good tool which is available to all of us, but we don't know how to use it in our research. Okay. So here I have taken a very simple example. I have captured data from my students whenever they are entering in the class, the first year, first semester students. I ask them, what is your favorite subject, to understand their background, their inclination towards it. So I captured many information, but right now, just for your ease, I'm putting that, okay, I asked them, which subject is your most favorite subject? Okay, so now you can have your statements also, but to just show you, I am giving you very simple example. How can we convert into the frequencies? Now, all students, there are 190 plus students, they had given me different responses. You can see somebody said psychology and math, somebody says accounting and finance, somebody says business, somebody says accounts. This is the way they had given the response. IT, and you can see there are people who have just put the dot because it was mandatory to answer. So even you put the dot, so your answer will be recorded, but they have not written. So in data editing and cleaning, we have to observe these observations and edit it, either remove it, or we can ask the respondent to fill that. Okay, so now this is, I'm taking a very basic example. How can you convert your data into a frequency distribution? By observing the open-ended question. Now in questionnaire, I have collected data from 190 students, 190 plus. This is 233 responses. Okay. Now these are the subjects. Now you can have your different themes, or you can have your different codes. Okay. Now here, what can we do? We can first thing is, you have to prepare your sheet like this. This is a very simple way of preparing your the frequencies from the open-ended question, understanding it, putting in a category, and observe that which category is dominating your data set. Okay, so what I have done here, I'm just giving you a very simple example how to build this, and automatically your numbers will come here. You need not to count it, you need not to do it. This is called simple modeling. Okay, so first, because I have asked the subjects, I want to group them into different subjects. So whatever response they had given, I want to put them in finance, marketing, HR, IT, or operations, or they are interested in maths or stats-based subjects, or other languages, economics, or anything. Okay, so I have divided all the subjects into, you can say, 7 categories. Okay, I can put finance first, marketing, and on so on. No problem at all. Now, I want to just select this and say, if this is a finance, it will come in finance. Okay, and that count should come here automatically. Is it possible? Anybody who has done this exercise in your data analysis, in raw data, converting into frequency or categories? Anybody who is comfortable with this? किया है किसी ने ये? In 2 minutes, you can build the model, and then you can analyze your 500 responses, and quickly you can get the frequencies. Okay, let's do it. How to do this? So what you will do, first, you have to write it like this, whatever codes you have given, whatever categories you have created. So I want to put this side, I have my statements, and this side I have different categories. Okay, so you will put all the categories name here. So you can write finance, marketing. Right now we are talking about the subjects. So I have taken this. Now here I have to select and send them there. So what will I do? I will just create a list here. Okay, so how to do this? So I will bring a drop down box. So now suppose this person, wealth management, where will it go? I'm just removing all this so that we will do it again. Okay, now this English should go in category, other category, because it is language. So I will have to type either here, I will have to assign a frequency, it should go there. So there is a quick way, the drop down box will come, I have to select the others. Now how to create this drop down box? Anybody who is aware about this? And quickly you can do it. English, again, others, okay. The statistics, it will go in maths and stats. I have to just select, and you can see the frequencies are changing here. Can you see the numbers are changing? Okay, I will just remove because there are few entries. I think I have done it. just to test it. Okay, because these are the 200 plus data set. So I will just remove it. Now you can see all the values are 0, 0, 0. Okay, the moment I will put it in category, my values will appear there. So I have to build this model. First, the count is frequency, and percentage from the total, what is the percentage? Okay, so what will I do? I will just create a list here. How to do that? It's very simple. Go to your Excel. Okay, in Excel, go to formulas. Okay, okay, in Excel, go to your data. Okay, just a minute, because on a screen I cannot see it. First, you have to prepare this. Put the names of the codes. Okay, finance, marketing, HR, IT, whatever you want to create, do it. This is the list. Now go to the conditional formatting. Just a minute. Go to data and go to data validation, because we are not doing formatting right now. I'm just creating the list here so that I can have a drop down list here, and that will go there. Okay, so I will just select the cell and now go to the data validation. In data validation, you will find this drop down box. Can you see this? Settings, input message, error. Okay, in input message settings, you can see the validation criteria. You have to validate this value is what. Okay, here you have to select the list. Now, in this list, what is the source of your list? Whatever codes you have prepared now, select that. So what I will select the source. These are the things which I have to put in the list. Okay, just click OK. Now you can see all these values can have. Finance, marketing, HR, IT skill, operations, all these things. Now I can change it. Let me do it in another sheet. So I will just see that I have asked this to another set of students, and you can see now here I have asked them, what is the level of your knowledge? Not much, still learning, VLOOKUP, high lookup. So he said, I know up to this, so I can classify into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories. Okay, so what will I do? I will just first prepare the codes. Now this you can divide it. Okay, you can select anything. I'm just copying this data for your reference in the new sheet so that you are not confused. So now these are my responses. Okay, I have to give the codes. So I can give the codes 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, on the basis of the level of understanding. 1 is the lowest level, 4 is the highest level of understanding. So codes, you can decide it, you know it very well. Okay, now I have to create a drop down list here. So what will I do? I will select the cell here, go to my data. In data, go to data validation. Okay, click it. Sorry. Okay, take any value, list. What is the source? Source is these 4 values. Okay, now you can see it is coming. So he's saying not much, I will put 1. He's saying is, now you can copy it, just drag it, it will get copied. So before writing 1, please copy it by just simply dragging it, because you have already put the list here. Now you click anything here, you will find this arrow. Can you get it? Okay, now you can select. He has knowledge up to 3 level. This person is having knowledge up to 2 level. This person is having knowledge up to 1 level, and so on continuously. Now you are getting this, but at the same time you should have frequencies here. Okay, so what to do? You can see here I have done, you have to write the count. Count means you have to count the frequency. Whatever you are doing, it should come here. So automatically you are getting the values, whatever you have actually got from the Excel, whichever questionnaire you have seen or response you have seen, now you are converting into frequency on the basis of the codes. So what formula you will use? You will use the simple COUNTIF formula. COUNTIF what? Okay, COUNTIF your this value, suppose in this, is from this entire thing, because we are going to count it to select the entire series, is saying finance, then count it here. Simple formula, count if this value. So I will just do it here. So here, what will I do? I will say equal to count if. So the moment you will write count, Excel will automatically give you count if. So count if range of this. Okay, select this, the entire range from here to, suppose my data set is up to, we have just copied up to this range. Okay, if what is the criteria? 1, then count it, bracket close, enter. So the moment I have done 1, you can see the frequency is coming. Okay, these are your codes and this is your frequency. Okay, now I can do the total here, and total is always equal to sum of these 4. Okay, this is my total. The moment values will come, it will automatically update. Now I can convert into percentage. Okay, percentage, how will you do? This one, 1 out of total, this is my percentage. So simply write this value divide by this value. Okay, this is my percentage count. 1 by 1, convert into percentage here. You will get the percentage value. Right now it is 100%. The moment we will change the figure, it will give you the different result. Okay, now I have to copy the same. So how to do this? You know in Excel that we have to fix the cells. So C7, C22 is the reference for all continuously. So we will first fix the cells by putting the $sign there. Okay, so I will just fix the cells here because I'm going to use it again and again, but my reference cell E2, E3 will get changed. Okay, so now I can simply drag it. My reference will come here. Okay, you can see it. Now the percentage in the same case, because I have to take this, this column will be constant. So I have to put the $sign here, F4, so that there is no change in this. Just simply drag it. Now my model is ready. Okay, now the frequencies will come automatically. I'm just increasing the size, font size. Can you see this? Is it visible to all of you? Now we will just assign the values here from the drop down box, and you see the figures are changing. I'm just giving you the color here. I'm giving you, is it visible to all of you, this color? Okay, so this is a way you can easily convert your codes. You can convert your qualitative data into frequencies. Now suppose in this the person is having knowledge, fair knowledge means I will give 2. You can see the frequency got changed, and the percentages also got changed immediately. In this, suppose I'm giving you 4, I'm randomly giving. No means 1, no knowledge. So quickly you can use this technique to analyze your simple open answers, give them codes and get the frequency immediately. Don't you think it is very easy? Any question? Now you have the codes, means you know the categories and what is the frequency and what is the percentage. Now you can use this data for further analysis. Anybody who is having doubt? Everybody got it, or nobody could understand it? I'm assuming this was very simple. Am I audible?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, the thing is that only that we just have to select only one cell, na, in which we have prepared that a drop down list. And
Yes.
as we are saying like that, the whole row, sorry, the whole column is blank right now. But even then, wherever we are putting that drop down list, column or whatsoever. So we are getting that thing now. We are getting those
Yes,
things.
yes, automatically you will see. Now
But
I'm highlighting
this
it.
is not the thing that we have to mention the figures in the whole column.
Yes, nothing. Automatically it will come. Now see, I'm just putting quickly we will do for the 10 observations. So right now we have done the 4 observation. You can see 2 others are there. So you can see the frequency in other 2. HR 1 frequency and maths stats 1. Okay. Now quickly we will do. This is maths stats, wealth management, finance. Okay. This is marketing. Quickly we can do it. You can see the frequencies are changing. Economics, it will come under, we are putting it in the maths. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Finance, now you can see the frequencies are changing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So how easy it is?
Yeah, of course.
So you have statements here. I have taken a very simple example of subjects. So quickly we can understand it. Now suppose you have 500 open-ended statements here.
Right.
Okay. Now you want to put all these statements in 10 categories. You
Fine.
can prepare the drop-down list.
Whatever the categories
And
we
you
have.
can, and immediately you will get the data.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hai na?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Any other person who is having question, or you find it very simple, you have already done it? Okay. So this is the way you can create your data. You can actually create the course, because creating the course will take time. So in Excel, I can show you. Now in JASP, how can we do it? Okay. In JASP, we can do the editing to some extent, and we can actually help get the frequencies also there on the basis of the course. How can we do it? We will, shall we start right now, or we should take a break for 5 minutes and then come back? Sir, what is your suggestion? Shivastav, sir, are you there?
Excuse me, ma'am. Can
Yes.
I ask one question?
Sure,
Ma'am, I'm
As
there.
like,
I'm there.
yes.
yes, ma'am. As like open-ended question, can we use the same technique for the close-ended questions?
For close-ended question, you are already having the data. No? You are already having it.
So
Because
does it
you will get the
require a
frequency.
coding, ma'am?
No. Close-ended, you have already. These are the pre-coded questions. No?
Okay, okay, ma'am.
You have already asked them. You are in finance, marketing, HR. Matlab, you are given the codes. So they
Yes,
have
yes,
selected. So you have already got the frequency. Then you need
Okay.
not to do this exercise.
Okay.
This is required only when you have asked them open-ended question and they are given different responses.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Right?
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
then you have to code it.
Yes.
Close-ended, you have already coded them. So your responses are already coming in that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, please. Should we continue, or should we take a 5 minutes break, bio break, and then start the second part, the JASP?
You
What
can
is it?
continue, ma'am, because faculties are known to sit for late hours. So
Okay.
the decision is yours.
Yeah. So I hope up to this stage there is no problem, and this was very simple way of converting your qualitative data into frequency, so that we can do the further analysis. Okay. So if there is no question, we will go to the second session, that is understanding the JASP, understanding that software where we can do the analysis. Because now we are talking about only the categorical data. Now, what is this? This is a categories: finance, marketing, HR, IT skills. All these are the categories.
College lab.
Okay. So now, shall we go ahead? Fine. Now I will just share you the second PPT, and we will go to the software to understand it. Okay. So let me share the. Anybody who has downloaded the software? And the participants, there are few messages that, ma'am, we need a break of 5 to 10 minutes. So, okay, I think, sir, we will take a 5 minutes break. Is it okay?
I leave it to you, ma'am.
Yeah.
If the audience give 5 minutes, okay, 5 minutes, give extra 5 minutes.
Sharp 5 minutes, because I have lots to discuss.
Yeah, that is the
Because,
reason. Yeah. And I request, those who did not fill up the attendance sheet should fill up in this 5 minutes break.
okay. So right now in my laptop, it is showing 11:38. So we will start at sharp 11:43.
Correct. And I
Okay.
humbly request all of you not to disconnect. Continue to log in, and that will be better.
Yes. Okay. So it's
Yes,
exactly
sir.
11:43. Okay, now I have started one more screen so that I can see that whether participants are able to see or not. So, okay. So coming to the next topic, this is very interesting, understanding the JASP. I hope there are people who have downloaded the software. How many of you have downloaded it? How many of you have downloaded the software? Okay, Chali, let's start. Understanding the JASP, what is it? JASP is a software developed on the basis of the codes, that is your R. So in the background, yes, Prajakta is saying she has done it. Very good. So There are people who are downloaded. Have you explored it, Prajakta ji? Yes.
No, ma'am, not yet. I was just waiting for you. So because like it is so new for me.
Okay. First time you are listening about this?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of SPSS and
Mhm.
MOS even, but this was very new for me, ma'am.
Okay.
And
So
I'm
you are,
research
yeah,
Alana. So it's like
you
new
are
for
from
me. And
Alana. Very
yes,
good.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you.
downloaded but using it for first time. There are many. I have done quantitative analysis. Very good. There is one person who has done quantitative analysis in JASP. Very good. Kavalpreet Singh ji is saying install it. Thank you. So it means there are many people who have already downloaded, but you are using it first time. This is very user-friendly software. And as I told you that it is just working on the same way, the way SPSS is working. In the background, they are using the R. And we are having a very simple interface where we can understand it. We have the drop-down boxes and we can see the results. Okay. Now in JASP, you can see there are three parts of the software. And this is called a progressive software. Means this is the most important feature of this software, that this is a progressive software. What do I mean by progressive? Okay. So those who are comfortable with Atlas TI or RStudio, they are very good at coding also. For them, JASP will be very easy. Okay. So I'll just focus on it. So this is a software which is based on in the background, the coding is happening, but we are not writing the codes. It is as simple as you are working in Excel or SPSS. You have drop-down boxes, you have to push your data and you will get the results. In SPSS, we have to just first select everything, then say okay, and then our results are displayed. Okay. Whereas in JASP, you are just selecting the parameters and your results are already there. So you can see what is the impact of your parameters on your outcome. So this is the beauty of JASP, number 2. And it's very easy to use. And you will get so much study material from the JASP itself, so that whenever you are stuck, you can just refer that study material and you are through. So the most important features of this, you can do your analysis without any hassle. You can see what is the impact of selecting one parameter in your analysis on your data, what is the outcome, and JASP will tell you, no, this is wrong. Outcome will not be there. Immediately you will get the warning. If you are selecting wrong data, because now we are talking about the categorical data primarily. So we will be having nominal data or ordinal data, or we can have scalar data. So JASP will identify these and JASP will tell you that whether your data is correct or not, and you can get the response. Okay. Number 2, JASP will take only few types of data sets. It will not accept the, okay, it will not accept your Excel file. We have to save our data in CSV file, and there are other formats. SPSS format is also accepted by it. What is the meaning of JASP? This was actually created by University of Amsterdam. Okay, and this is free, friendly, and flexible. This is their tagline, that this is free for all. Anybody can download it. You have to just give your information, your email ID, that's it, and you can download it. Name and what is the purpose of it. No charges for this, and very, very friendly interface. You can, anybody, I'm telling you today, you will become, you will say, oh, I can do it easily. And you can start exploring it further. Because when first time I had seen this software, I was also a little bit doubtful, like whether will I be able to do it or not. Because for understanding SPSS, it took me almost 3 to 4 months. Because I used to sit and explore with my data set that whether I'm getting this result or not. And many times it happens that I have entered the data and the outcome is coming, which I am unable to understand. Now this is not the case. As a learner, we all face these stages. In JASP, you can immediately see the results in the software. So in this presentation, what I have done, because I'm going to share this presentation with you all. So I have taken few examples in the animated form. So you can see on the screen how the software is working. So first I will show you that, and then we will see with the actual data set also, and we will have a hands-on practice of it. Okay, is it okay with all of you if we go ahead with this flow of content? Or you want first the data set and experiment with that and then see the presentation? I think the first thing should be we should just see the presentation and then explore the software. Okay, so JASP stands for Jeffrey's Amazing Statistics Program. Okay, he was pioneer, so that's why in his name this software is developed by the Amsterdam University, and they are updating it. There are lots of versions. Right now I'm using the latest one, that is JASP 0.16. So you may use previous versions also, but in previous versions you will have less, you can say, the analytics tools. The more they are updating it, and they are updating it every now and then, and they have a big community. So you can share your files also, and they can also, there are other people who are working on the same files. They can work, they can see your results, and they can comment on it. So if you join that community, that is also a plus point of the software, where you can interact with other people who are in the same group. Okay, so what is the workflow in this? How you can start it? So first to start, we have to click the software. Immediately it will start, and now we have to select the data. JASP will say, normally we are saving our data. JASP will take the text file also. And when we have categorical data, so normally we have to save that data file in SAV file or in CSV file. I'm sure all of you are comfortable with the CSV. JASP will not take Excel file. Remember it, because JASP will take only the one sheet of the file where your data is. So normally you should put your original data with coding in CSV file and just import that file in JASP. And normally what I do, I just import, I don't save that file in JASP. Why? Because the moment we save our files in JASP, others can also see those files if they want to, if they are having the same file name. Okay, so instead of that, or JASP will have a memory, and JASP will see what have you done last time, will start from there. So normally what I do, I don't save the file in JASP. I keep my data file in my data sets in my computer. Then whenever I'm working on that file, I just import the file. It takes only one click, that's it. So unnecessarily, we should not have a previous, you can say, the commands in the file. What will happen then, if you are working freshly on that, JASP will have a history of that. So you will be getting all those results also there. So you may get confused. So it is always advised to start with a fresh file there. Don't save in JASP. Save it in your CSV on your desktop. You can copy the results easily. You can save it your results in Word doc also. You can save your results in your CSV file, in another Excel file. That is your choice. Okay. So we have to first get the data set. And I'm working on, because categorical data, so my focus will be on the CSV format right now. Okay, now how to edit that, how to do it. So we will learn it right now. As I told you, in JASP, we have 3 pens. Okay, actually one is data set, second is your analysis pen, and the third is your results pen. But when we are working, we can see only 2 pens on the screen. You can open any. Okay, so analysis and results are simultaneously visible on the screen, or you can have a full screen also. And the most important feature of JASP, most important, I am saying, JASP follows a progressive disclosure. Means the moment you had ticked something in your analysis pen, in your result pen, you will see the result. So I clicked here on the descriptive statistics. My descriptive statistics table is up here, will be in front of me. The moment I select one variable here, the results of that variable will be here. Second variable, the second results, and so on. Whereas in all other software, what happens? First, you have to complete your analysis pen. You have to select all the items, then select OK, and your results will be displayed here. Whereas in JASP, it is the progressive disclosure. The moment I select it, my results will be there. Okay, so we will do it. Right now, we will see it, how it works. Okay, so you can see this. This is the moment I open the JASP file, you will see this is the data editing in JASP file. Okay, let me show you actually the JASP first. Stop it. Okay, I'm just switching to my JASP software. I'm opening that. Can you see the JASP on the screen? Everybody can see it. Okay. Now you can see this is the moment you will click on JASP, you will see this. Those who are working with me, just you can see that you have welcome to JASP, and this is now here. This is your menu, and these are all the analysis which are available to you. You can add more and you can reduce it also. I want to remove it. I don't want it right now. You can say these are removed from this. These are the standard. You can see descriptive statistics, T statistics, ANOVA, mixed models, regression, frequencies, and factor. All those are here. Right now, I have not opened any data source, so nothing is available for the click. Okay, so we have to just open a file. So I will click it here. You can see the open. Now open, I will go for, I can have a recent file. Whatever data file I am working on, I can take that data file and I can see that I can import that data file here or not. Okay, so I was working on this data file. You can see the moment I click, my data file is here. And this is saved in CSV format, remember. So my data file is visible to all of you. In one click, we have got it. Okay, now suppose you want to edit it. Now you can do anything with this data file. You want to create descriptive statistics, you want to apply t-test, ANOVA, anything. So first thing we will see, I want to just edit it. So can I edit in JASP or can I edit in CSV? So it's very simple. Double click it. Okay, your data file will be there. Now this is your what? This is your CSV file. Now I want to change something. I want to add something in this data file. I want to add one more factor. Say suppose shopping, employment, or I have given the codes. I'm saying the amount spent. Okay, I want to add this column, amount spent. I'm just giving you figures randomly, 10, 20, all these are in thousands. Okay. Randomly I have done. Now I want to see all this. Suppose I'm just dragging it. These are the 30 responses. Okay, randomly I have collected the, enter the data set. Now I will just save it here and it will be reflected. So it will ask CSV format. I want to keep it. Yes, I want to keep it. Now I will go back to my JASP. Now you can see it is not here right now. I'll just go. I will just go and click open the recent file. Okay. Now you can see that has already appeared here. Now I can close that. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Can you see the JASP now? Yeah, I can see it on my another person. So now you can see that my data file is open. Okay. Now I'm just making the full screen. Is it visible to all? Now here in JASP, this is my data file. Now suppose I want to just calculate the frequencies here. Okay. Or I want to first calculate the frequency. This is categorical data, so it will be contingency table. So I'm selecting that. Now what do I want in, see, the moment I have clicked, now this is what my analysis pens, where I have to select what I want to do. And what is this? This is my result. So automatically you can see my results are there. The moment I selected the contingency table, where I want to just see the frequencies of my data, I have to create, because it is categorical data. It will be only contingency table 2 by 2 or 2 by 3, whatever factors are there. So my progressive result is here. Now suppose I select, I want to see the employment. Okay, in rows. Now you can see in employment, there were two categories, those who are employed, those who are not employed. So I had given them code 0 and 1. Those who are not employed, 0, who are employed, 1. So you can see my immediately result is reflected here. Is it clear, visible to all? Now I want the second category, that those who are employed, they are doing shopping or not, high shopping or low shopping. Okay, so this should be in this. You got the frequencies immediately. So easy. Could you got it? Could you follow me? So in JASP is working progressively. It means whatever you are doing here, you are getting results immediately. So if there is any problem, JASP will show you. So suppose I want to add now this is your ID number only, but still I want to use it in the counts. So now you can see JASP will say, because it is, I have put it in the counts, is scalar data, automatically it is coming. Now JASP will give you the indication of your data set, that whether it is categorical, it is ordinal or scalar data. Okay, but this is wrong because these are the IDs. I should not take it as a value. And this is contingency table. JASP has already calculated the chi-square test, because whenever we have 2 by 2 tables or we have frequencies, which test is applicable, it is always chi-square, whether there is any relationship or not. So by default, JASP has given me all the information. If I want a further, I can go to statistics and see what I want here. I want likelihood ratio. I want the correction in chi-square. I want to test it. What is the relationship? The correlation is not applicable here. It is chi-square, so it will be the Kramer V or the phi, or I can have a contingency coefficient. You can see the moment I have clicked it, my results are displayed here. It's so user friendly. Okay, so these are the 2 pens. Now suppose I want to see my data, so on which I am working. You can see here in the corner, extreme left hand side, there is a small arrow. Is it visible to all? The moment I click it, I will get my data set. Okay, I'm working on this data set. Okay, so you can click it and you can reach it here. So I don't want to go it. So again, go to the right hand side, hide the data. You are again on your analysis pen and your result pen. So this is the way this software is working. Any question up to this stage? Anybody who is finding it difficult, or it's so simple to understand it? Now we can just play around this. We can understand it. The first thing which we had done, it is open the data. Okay, yeah. What
I guess labeling is not possible here. We will not get the labels here, right? Only the coding part will be there. Say, for example, employment 01. Instead of 01, can we type as a text? What is 0? What is 1?
Yes, yes, you can. Yes, yes, you can do the labeling also.
Okay.
Okay. And normally what I do, I just keep it because it is very easy to analyze. And then you can do one thing. Here you can just copy this table. You can see the drop down box, it is coming copy. Copy in your Excel, and the way you want to present the results, you can do it. There you can do the labeling, because 0 and 1, I have opted it, so I can see it and I can go again with this. But here that I have given the labels 0 and 1 only, because whenever we are working with the categorical data, normally we use the binary numbers 0, 1, and in ordinal data, it will be your orders, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay. In logistic, we will do it in detail. Normally, all the softwares in logistic, we are saying either this or that. Even if there are 4 and 5 outcomes, the one outcome is there, so all others are in one category. It will not be there. Happening of this event and not happening of this event, because we are working on the probability here. And normally in probability, we are assuming the outcomes will be 2, even if there are 4 outcomes. But we assume the outcome as a binary. That suppose there are 4 categories. Suppose I'm collecting the data. There are 4 types of people here. Those who are PhDs, those who have done MBA, those who have done masters in other specialization, that is they are not MBA, non-MBS, and those who are student. Okay, now these are the 4 categories. But whenever we are classifying it, we have 4 categories. Frequencies will come, but in regression, we will divide it into either one. So those who are PhDs, so second category will be those who are not PhDs. By default, it will take us. So that's why we go for the 0 and 1 many a times. It will help us in further analysis. So we can label them easily. There is no problem because we know whom we have given the 0, whom we have given the 1, and we can change it in the Excel. So for example, I'm just copying it in my Excel. In Zoom, we cannot switch it so easily, I think so. Okay, can you see the Excel now? I'll have to change the share. Okay, let me see if now you can see the Excel. I have selected the share the files. No, it is still showing the JASP. Okay, I'll have to switch it. Okay. Now the Excel is visible. Okay, so I have done what I have done. I have just copied it. Control V. Now you can put employment, unemployment, and you can play with that outcome. You can copy it in your simple Word doc also and give the headings and all. Okay, so this is very easy to do it. So that's why normally we are going with 0 and 1, 0 and 1, because in logistic you will understand the logic of it when we are doing the confusion metric and all other measures, where you will understand why we are not giving the labels there. Is it okay? So I'll just, yeah. Any other question?
Yeah, ma'am, actually here you put it 0, 1. Over that we can write employed, unemployed like this.
Yes, we can do it. Again, in calculation, 0, 1, whenever we are using the codes 0 and 1, because in software, they will take the metric value, either this or that. Okay. So we have to convert it into this, then only we'll take it. I'll just show you it right now. Now here you can see we have the low level of shopping, high level of shopping, and the employed and unemployed. Okay, now I'm doing it here. So now employment, I'm instead of removing using the codes, I'm using this. Fine. Now the second was shopping. It is coming with codes. Okay, I'll just like shopping amount. Shopping we have defined as 0, 1 in our data. High and low, it is shopping 1. So you can select it. You can see the titles are coming, labels are coming, and it is giving you the frequency. You can play with that data. But I prefer to convert into codes always, because in logistic regression, that helps us a lot. You can have a layers also. Okay. So suppose this is my employment. I want to put it as a layer. Employed, unemployed, shopping, high, low. Can you see the frequencies here? It is coming with the titles also for the both. So in JASP, it is very easy. The way you want your outcome, it will immediately come. So I want with the labels, I can select those rows because my data file is here. You can see the same data I have converted into codes. Okay, so because I am going to use the same data file for my logistic regression, there 0, 1 will be helpful to me to understand it. So I have used this, and I can use this also. For the frequency, there is no problem at all. Is it clear now? Shall we go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's very, very user friendly. So here what we have done the frequency tables. Okay. Now you can go for the descriptive also. So you can see the moment I click descriptive, now this panel is not visible. I can find out, I will just click here, I will get everything here. Now descriptive, suppose in descriptive, immediately you can see the results will be here. Okay. Now I want in descriptive what I want again the frequencies. Okay. Now in descriptive you can see I want amount spent. This is my variable. This is scalar data. And I want to split on the basis of the employment. That is my categorical data. Okay. Now you can see here the frequencies are here. You can see at the bottom descriptive statistics. Okay. What will I do? I will just show you the results here. Edit title. Okay. I will remove these results for timing. Okay. Okay. Now I will go and calculate the descriptive so that you can see. The moment I click descriptive, my table is already there. Okay. Now in the values here, you can see the split you can do on the basis of category only. These signs are for the data type. This sign is for your scalar data always. This is for your categorical data, that this data is your category, either this or that. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4 categories on the basis of codes. And whenever in this you have a ordinal data, you will have 3 increasing bars. In this case, we don't have ordinal data. So we are working on the either categorical data or on the scalar data. Now, here I can select in split, I can have an ordinal data or category nominal data. In values, I can have anything. Okay. So let's try it. So I'm taking amount spent in my variable. So you can see immediately the valid total 29 values are there. One was missing. The mean value is this, standard deviation is this, minimum is this, maximum is this. Now I want to split this amount spent on the basis of the employment categories. Okay. So I will select employment split. Now you can see the data got splitted here. The results are visible. Employed, unemployed. What are the valid frequencies? Missing, mean, mode, median, everything is there. Okay. Now we can see it. Can we have a now this is the frequency table you got immediately. You want more, you can have it. So you can have a plot also. So right now I will not go in the plot. I can go in the statistics and I want from this data, suppose I want the standard error, mean, we have calculated mean. I want quartiles also. The moment I click quartiles here, you can see the values are here. And that is why JASP is called a progressive software. The moment you click something, your results are there. So easy. So here I want mode also. I will click the mode. You can see the mode is here. I want median also. My median is here. Okay. I want moments, cutoffs, moments are not there. Always your cutoffs and skewness is there. So I want to see that data is skewed or not. I will click the skewness, cutoffs, data is peaked or not. Okay. So you can see my values are there. So in employed, the cutoffs is positive, whereas in unemployed, cutoffs are negative. Again here, employed, it is negatively skewed data set. Whereas the unemployed, the data set is positively skewed, but both the values are not very high. Employed, we can say something. Standard deviation, you can calculate. So it's very easy to do. In one click, you will get the outcome. So here, there is no rocket science. It's so user friendly that whatever data set you have, you can enter in this and you can get the outcome. Is it clear? So anybody who is working with me can play with their data set and tell me what is the outcome. And you can copy it. You can see it. You have edit, copy, duplicate, remove, whatever you want to do it. You can do it. So immediately you can do it. Or you want to make it full screen, just click on this. This is your full screen. And only the analysis is there. but normally we prefer that your analysis pen and your result pen should be visible to you, and you can see the data set, and you can edit the data set also. Okay, so I will show you in the presentation the different exercises there. How can we do the regression? Everything you can do. In descriptive, we have seen it. Now I don't want to it. I want to remove it. Just click the cross it. Here, the new pen is over. Now I want to apply the t-test. You can select it from here. I want to apply ANOVA. We can select it. You can see here we can calculate ANOVA, MANOVA also. Okay, even our ANOVA measures of, that is repeated measures, ANOVA is also possible here. It means whatever you can do in SPSS, you can do in JASP. And in a very simple manner, in 2 minutes, but only your data set should be clean and coded. Because we are talking about qualitative data. If it is your quantitative data, the same thing, you should have a proper data set, data file that is in CSV or in SAV file, and you can just import it and you can see it. Okay, so we will see the regression here, linear, we will be doing logistic regression in detail today. You can have correlation, regression, everything here, frequencies, all these frequencies. Now here in this factor analysis, even you can do the principal component analysis, exploratory factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, and this in one click, everything. Now you want something extra, you can add that also from this split. So all this top, the analysis which we are normally not using, you can see, you can add it in your JASP. Okay, so you want to add this, you want to do the circular statistic, the moment you will click it, it will come appear here. Okay, I don't want it, I will just unclick it and it is back. So suppose I want to do the SEM, structural equation modeling. Just click it, my SEM will be here. Or I want summary statistics. This is here. Now you can see all this. What you want, you can apply it. Okay, so it's so user friendly that the more you will work on it, you will start loving it. So machine learning, meta-analysis, learn Bayes theorem. So on the basis of Bayes, you can apply it. And here you can have the binary classification, because in categorical data, normally we are using it. The binomial estimation, binary classification, or probabilities which you want to assign to any outcome, that is possible here. Okay, so just see, I will just do one, I will remove this descriptive. I'm going to, for the Bayes, in Bayes theorem, I'm just going for the count, simple binary estimation. I want to give the estimation. Now I don't want to use this data set. I want to see, suppose I'm tossing the coin and the outcome is like this, and I want to create the distribution. So what we can do now, here I can select my data set. I want to create my own binary estimation. So I can write it here. Okay, so suppose there are win, first win means toss, you are tossing a coin, head is coming, it is win. So again win, then tail was there, so it is lose. Okay, lose. You can write it like this, but it should be separated by comma. So automatically you can get the binary distribution. So whatever codes are there, suppose you have 5 or 6 codes levels, and you can have a how many times these are repeated here. Okay, so suppose you are saying head, tail, I can win, lose ki jagah we will do it head and tail. Okay, so I'm writing H for head and T for tail. Okay, then T, then H, and so on. Now I want to see the distribution. What is the probability of coming H? Okay, now you can use your codes also, you can write it. So the moment I have done it, just control enter. Now there are 2 possibilities, head and tail. Okay, what is your success? Head is your success, select it. Tail is your failure, select it. Now you can get the model summary here. That what is the chance of success? It is 7 out of 11. The probability proportion is 0.636. Okay, now you can apply this in your categorical data. You have codes which are repeating again and again. You have done your analysis of data. You had text, tons of text. You have selected some particular codes. You can write those codes and immediately your probability of coming, that will come. 1, 2, 3, 4. Success and failure you want to say. You want to classify into 2 groups. If this is coming, you have 2 codes binary. Binomial means there will be binary only. Either this or that. Binomial means the 2 outcomes only. Okay, so like this you can have, and now you can build a model, you can have all the detailed analysis of it depending on it. So this is the way you can use JASP in your categorical data analysis or the quantitative data analysis also, because in that you can apply t-test, ANOVA, mixed model, linear regression, anything you want to apply, you can do it easily. Okay, any question up to this stage?
Yeah, Nirmala ma'am, Prajakta here.
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am, just one request, like this is getting easy. Actually, it is very much, JASP is very much faster than any other else, like any other software, it is very faster. But just ma'am, next time when we will download it, please kindly give one sample data set so that we can just do it with you, you know.
Okay, right now we will do it. So go to your file. Okay, now here you can see open. Now in open, you have 4 categories. Fine. So recent files, it will ask me to select a file from my computer or recent files on which I have worked. So for yesterday, I was working on these files, so it is showing me. Now I can select files from my database. That is, I have different files in my computer. I can select a file from there. Okay. Now, right now, we all want to work on the same data file. So I have not shared it with you. So I can do one thing here. Just you can be a part of open science framework with all researchers across globe, and you just sign in for this and you can access all the data sets. Okay, this is one way. Now, right now we want to have Prajakta, you want to open a file with me. Let's do it. Go to data library. Okay, now we will open a data set here. Which one you want to do it? Let's do it for descriptive first. Okay, in descriptive, you can see one case study is given on the sleep. They have given a case on sleep, and you can see JASP will open with that data file. Okay, now what will happen? JASP will open a new window. I will have to switch to this window. Okay, which is the file slip. Because in Zoom, I have to switch the windows. In Google Meet, I can share my entire screen, so I can switch the windows easily. Can you see this data file, Prajakta? Can you open this data file in your system?
Yes, ma'am, opening it, it's loading, ma'am.
हाँ, 1 मिनट में आ जाएगा. शायद मेरे यहाँ स्पीड अच्छा है ना? So you can have your case files. JASP is using 2 books. So they have given the references also. ND field ke jitne bhi data sets, JASP is using that. So you will get many examples from the ND field. So whatever research they have done, you can access those files here and you can work on it. Okay, so I'll just go back on this because I have already worked on this. So this is descriptive for this file. I can see now, you can see the data file here. So this is the 2 data are given to you, that this is group 1, group 2, same group. They have administered one medicine. Okay, after that, what is the impact on the sleep? So this is a simple case. So you can see the data is given to you in the software, and now you can play with this data. You can apply logistic regression or whatever. Descriptive status, you will just get the file. Okay. So in JASP, you have many data files and you can use that data file with you. Is it clear, Prajakta, now?
Yes, very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay. Now, this is the first. Okay. Now, so we have just worked how to load the data. Now, you can save it in the JASP or you can save it as a outside JASP also. As I told you, you want to save it in JASP, so it will sync in your software. Next time when you will open it, that file will open, and whatever work you have done, it will also be visible to you. Okay. So normally what I do, I don't save in JASP. I save it in Excel. I just copy it out. Okay. Yeah. Miss Bhavna, may I request you to please mute yourself? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So you can do it. Now here in this, now you have preference also. In this preference, you can see the data preferences. Okay. Whenever we are doing the editing of data, there are, suppose the missing values are there. You can add something and put that in your data file. It will be reflected in your data set. You can do cleaning and editing in JASP also. So suppose in your data file, there are few missing values and you want to put some value there. You can simply write that you add this. You can see the missing value list. So by default, JASP will write NaN, not applicable for this, NaN, NaN, NaN. So there are three terms which JASP is using. So these will be appearing in your data set. These values are missing, or the simple dot will be there. Now I want to replace with something. I want to add another label in this. I can write it. So you put new and add reset. So this will be here. You can see this is my list, and this will go in that data file and it will get edited there. So whenever you have blanks, you can just click there and your new will be shifted there, so that you can understand that this was a missing value, or I have named it as a new data set, or I have put this. So whatever you want to edit in your data file, you can do it here also. In your missing data, or you want to replace it, you can use this function preferences. One more important thing is preferences is, you can see the first line, synchronize automatically on data file save. It means whatever work you have done in JASP, in your data file, it will synchronize with your original file. Okay. So if you click this function, you keep it on. So what will happen? Whatever changes I have made, or whatever analysis I have done in JASP on that particular data set, it will be automatically synchronized with my original file. So normally what I do, I don't prefer to do that. As I told you, I am using the data set again and again to explore something else. So what can you do? You can uncheck it so that automatically synchronization is not happening. You can just copy the results. It is easy, because in one click you can copy and you can save it with your dates. On this date, I have done the analysis and this was my outcome. Why I am not doing it? Because the moment I have synchronized it and that result is saved, suppose on that day, just to do experiment, I have changed certain cells and my data will reflect that. But my original data was different. So after 10 days, when I'm sitting for the analysis and I'm referring the original data file, my results will be different. Or my original data file got changed. Okay. So that's why I don't prefer to sync it with the data file. I always uncheck it, so that whenever I want to sync it, I can synchronize my entire data set. It is possible. Okay. So you can uncheck it. So these are the simple way to just play with JASP. You can apply it. You can have the Bayes theorem. You can do it. Right now we have done it in frequencies. You can do it, or you have t-test ANOVA, which you can apply in your scalar data. SCM also, you can write a codes here and you can do. And those who are good at R, they can actually, you can see, there is one option in another this you can have R beta also, and you can write your R codes also. You can see, is it visible to you on a screen? No, I'll have to check it, because okay, can you see the R on the screen? I can see it, but the outcome is not visible to you. Just click it. Okay, let me do it. No, it's not visible. So this is going in another screen and I will have to share it. Just let me try. How can I share the entire screen? Okay, stop sharing. Because I have opened many screens, so it is not allowing me to share all the screen at one go. No, is showing the basic. I will have to switch the screens here because in Google Meet, I can switch the screens in the Meet itself. So I need not to go back and change the sharing. I'm not finding that button here. Okay, fine. I would be switching from here and there because I have so many things in PDFs also, which I wanted to share. Fine. So this is the way you can do it. So I'll go back to my presentation to show you few you can say the commands in JASP so that quickly you can understand. It's 12:30. I think we have one more hour now, hour to go. Till 1:30 or 1 o'clock?
Half an hour, 1 hour, till
Okay.
1.
Yes, yes. So I think so far everybody is comfortable with this. It's so simple. Let me show you the presentation. Is it visible to you? Okay. Right, it's not moving now. Okay. So on my PPTs now, I have tried to put all this important, you can say GIFs, where you can see how to do it. Is it visible to you? So everything is coming in animation and you can understand it quickly. So this is your data editing. This is your data labeling. You want to put the label, you can see, just select, you have selected these variables in the descriptive. Now you want to change the label, just double click it. You will have a dialog box here and you just click that and just change the control variable, the label of this, and that will be reflected here. You can see it is reflected here immediately. The moment you are doing changes here, it is here. Okay. So go to descriptive. In descriptive, now you have selected the variables. Now you want to change the variables. You can see, okay. Now you are changing the variables and this box is open. Here you can change the label and this is reflected here. Immediately your outcome is here. And this is the beauty of JASP, that everything is in one click, you can see it. Now suppose you want to do the data editing. Now here you can see there are missing values. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Now you want to add a new one. Just put, I have shown you, add this new item. Okay, now just click that area, double click, and your new item will get entered. Wherever you will click it, it will come here. So you have to go to preference. In preference, you just go to your data editing, import data, and you can click it. That new data should be imported in your sheet. Just double click it, your data got edited. Okay. Now, suppose in descriptive, you want to use the splits. Suppose this is your, now here you can see that you have scalar data and nominal data. Just select the variables and split with the religion. Immediately you can see this is coming with the religion. Okay, you can see this. So it's so simple. It's a, you can say the child's play. Anybody, you all are doing lots of research. So for you, I think it will be a fun to do the data analysis, isn't it? So this is the way you, in descriptive, you can do the splits. So I have put many GIFs here, and JASP has lot of resources. You can refer that also. And they have a very good stats book also. I will share it with you, the link, and you can learn entire statistics, how to use it, what is the outcome, how to read your data. Okay. At the end of the session today, I will share all these resources with you. So you can see, I want to apply the correlation matrix here. Just go to regression, select the correlation. And in this correlation, just click the data set. You have to just push it and your correlation values are here. And you can calculate everything. Carl Pearson, Spearman, Kendall, Stowe, whatever correlation you want, just click it. Your figures are here. Isn't it? I hope you are enjoying it. Suppose you are doing regression, one click. Take your variables, just push them. So you have to your data files in CVS form or SAV form. Just take that data and play with that data. And your entire model is there. Whatever you want, you can get it. Okay, so this is the way. Yes, any question?
Yeah, ma'am, one more question, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can we download this question, download this software from internet, ma'am?
Yes. No, you can directly go to Google, type JASP software. You will get the link and just click that and you download it from internet.
Yeah, it is a very simple and very user friendly.
It's very simple. You can see this. Whatever. See, there are many people who are struggling with R and Python.
I'm also struggling.
Hannah, and here you need not to worry. And I will show you the resources they are given. Brilliant resources.
Okay.
I will share the books also.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So I have put everything on my slide for your reference. You can just see it and you can learn it and you can play with yourself.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So you can do it right now. We have seen it. You want, I'll just show you. They have books also. I'll just go back to the JASP itself. Okay. Because what is happening every time I'm using JASP now, the new window will get open. And that is, I have to switch it. No issue. So now suppose this is now, we will go to first open. Here we have resources. You can see the data library. All these cases are here. You can see the books are here. So ND field book is also there. They have primarily referred these two books. And I'm sure you are comfortable with ND field because this is the best book, easiest book which we are referring for the market research, a categorical data analysis. Okay, the way he had explained the concept is very simple. So you can refer this book and he has gathered so many data sets and JASP has used that also. Or you can download the data set from Kaggle also. There are lots of cases in Kaggle. You can download those data sets. Okay. And just to play with, understand the various techniques and tools, there is one book for JASP. It is written where they have described all the cases which they have used here in their data library. Okay. In data library, you have all these cases now. So how they have arrived at the numbers. So you can see all the cases, what are the figures there, what are the variables in that case, why they have collected. So they have written it in a book. They compile everything in a book. You can download that book also and you can read it. Okay. There is another book on this, which is talking about how to interpret the data. That is very important. I'm calculating all those things. Now my tables are coming, but how to make sense out of it. Many of researchers are struggling with this, isn't it? Don't you think like that? The SPSS, we are getting the outcome, but how to read those numbers? What does it mean? The value is coming 0.32. What does it mean? Is it significant or not? The correlation is high or not? Which correlation I'm supposed to use? Is it rank correlation or the Carl-Pearson correlation? So in that book, they have given the detailed analysis of that also, that how to read the outcome. So that is really interesting. I'm telling you, whenever I'm also getting stuck, because we all are in the same boat. It's not necessary that we know everything all the time. So whenever I get stuck in how to read this number, what does it mean? And how this, in what context this term is used in this software. Okay. So I immediately go and refer those materials. And believe me, it's so simple, in such a simple language they have presented that you will always wonder that, oh my God, this is the way you can get the information. I will show you some examples. We have time now. We have approximately 20 minutes. Okay.
Yes, we have time. We have time.
So what I'll do, if you all are comfortable with this, I will start the logistic, because for that I need more time, because that is slightly complicated topic. Can we do that? So in that, the first part is understanding the tools and technique only. Where to apply, which technique, when should I apply t-test, when should I apply ANOVA, when should I apply logistic regression, when should I apply a linear regression. So I have started with this. So if you permit, I can start that and we can explore the software also simultaneously. Is it fine? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's do that so that you will understand it better. Get what I'm talking, what I'm saying here, I'm making sense of it. Okay. So let's go there, because to share, because you all will be agree that it is very difficult to teach statistics online. Whenever you are in the class, you are used to of writing on the boards and tuck, 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 you can write the formulas and everything. So when I was preparing the slides, sir asked me to share the PPT. I said, sir, let me give the finishing touch and then I will share. So till night, 2 o'clock, I was just giving the finishing touch so that I can have information which you can refer in future. Okay, let's go there. I'll share. And if you have any problem, please let me know up to this stage. Okay. Any question up to this stage? I hope I'm making sense. You are not getting bored so far. Okay. So I'm starting my presentation for the next session. And that is interesting and that is very sincere thing, because it is, I took a lot to understand the logistic regression. Anybody who has used logistic so far? Anyone who has used logistic regression in data analysis? I can see there are responses in chat. Okay. Yeah, anyone who has worked on logistic? No one? Okay. Are you aware about this? What is it? Okay. Before learning, this is my favorite slide, which I always prefer. And I'm sure all of you are aware about this Occam's razor that I try to make, because I teach statistics and BRM, and you all will agree that these two subjects are, for students, it is very difficult. So they get bored. So I try to keep the things very simple. So here also, I will give you the simple example so that you understand the phenomena. You understand this, and then you can apply in your area of research. Okay, that is my objective, so that you are learning something from this. So I try to make the things very simple. Many times people ask me, okay, ma'am, you don't use jargons. Yes, I don't want to confuse people who are sitting in front of me. I prefer that they understand it, and then they create their own jargons and confuse others, not me. Joke apart. Okay, so here also in logistic, the concept is widely used in categorical data analysis for so many years without any doubt, because whenever we are talking about the projections or the prediction of our data, which is categorical, it's logistic, which we are using, logistic regression, which we are using. But still the calculation is quite difficult, and the formula or the way the formula is derived is really challenging. So whenever I explain this in the classroom, the students sit with blank faces, and obviously we all have witnesses. So here what I have done, I have tried to focus on it, because we are going to calculate in JASP. So I have tried to focus on the concept, that this is the concept, okay, and this is the way you have to use in JASP or any other software, whichever you are referring, and how to read the results. Okay, because in 1.5 hours or 2 hours, including this half an hour, we cannot learn logistic regression properly. So I would be explaining you the first level of logistic regression. Once you are comfortable with this, you can go to the next 2 levels. Okay, because multinomial is very complex. It will take some time. Once you have learned the binomial, then you can go to the multinomial. Okay, so now in next 15 minutes, we would be paying attention on understanding it. What is it? Okay, our focus is that we learn it in a very simple language. Okay, so what is logistic regression? We all are aware about regression. What do we do in regression? What is regression and what is correlation? Yeah, anybody? Yeah, what is regression? Where do we use it?
to test the influence of an independent variable or set of independent variables on a dependent variable. It's used for prediction, right?
Okay. Your good name, sir? I think.
Hello.
Hello.
Rajkumar.
Yes. Okay. So we have dependent variable, we have independent variable. So first, whatever we are doing in research, what are we doing? We are trying to understand the relationship in data, isn't it? We are trying to find out the relationship. That's why we are building the model. So the aim of your entire research is to identify the relations, whether this variable is related with this or not. So these relationships we are finding out with the help of certain techniques. So we can use the correlation whenever we have metric data, we can use Carl-Pearson, we have rank data, we have Spearman correlation, or we have other techniques. Okay. So here we will, in logistic, you will learn 4 more ways of calculating the correlation, which R square, which we are using because we are having categorical data. Okay. So whenever you are analyzing the data, whatever research we are doing, ultimately, what is the aim? The aim is to identify the relations. On the basis of relation, predict the value. Isn't it? There are 2 variables. 2 variables are going together or not. So relationship will be captured with the help of correlation or association. When we are talking about the attributes, it is association. And whenever we are talking about the metric data or the parametric test we are applying, it is your Carl-Pearson. Commonly we are using it. So metric data, non-metric data, we have different way of calculating the relationships. So the relationships will just tell us to what extent 2 variables are going together. 2 or many variables are going together. But we want to predict the behavior, then we have to apply regression. So one variable is impacting the behavior of another variable. To what extent it is impacting, and can I predict the behavior on the basis of the independent variables behavior? Okay. So for example, simply see, if I'm going to college, so my friend, she is very close to me, she is also going to come to college. But if I'm working from home, she will also not come. Means we are 2 different people, but we are going together. We have very good relationship. We are behaving together. So if Nirmala Joshi is not going, she will not come. So can we predict it? Okay. So this is your regression. First, understanding the relationship, that is your correlation, and predicting the behavior is your regression. Now in regression, there are so many types. When to apply it, why to apply it, that we have to understand. And that we have to understand, I always start my statistics with the basic. You should know that what type of data set you are having. Accordingly, you have to use the technique. Okay. So here also in next 15 minutes, I will pay attention on that. Once we are thorough with that, then only we can apply. We can go ahead with the logistic regression. So logistic regression is used because obviously it is a log. Okay. In normal regression, as sir has said, there is one dependent variable, there is one independent variable, and both are metric data. Both are in numbers. So we can predict if your sales is this, your advertisement expenses are this. So if you increase the advertisement expenses, your sales will increase. Okay. So we can project. So the response is in metric and the prediction is in metric. So then normal regression is okay. You have many independent variables and you are predicting one dependent variables. You can apply multiple regression because both are metric. Both you can measure. But in qualitative data, the problem comes, we don't have metric data. We are having categorical data. My data is coming either this side or that side, either employed or not employed. Either they will buy the car or they will not buy the car. Either it will rain or it will not rain. It means my dependent variable, which I want to predict, is not metric. It is a response which is coming in category. So in that case, I cannot apply linear regression. So there we can apply the logistic one. Okay. So our focus will be on this because this is very important. Whenever your dependent variable, which you are going to predict on the basis of the behavior of independent variables, is in category. That is, category can be nominal, ordinal, Okay. So it is category. Then we have to apply logistic regression. Is it clear to all of you? Okay. So what is logistic regression? Logistic regression is developed by David Cox in 1958, and since then we are using it. And in all the studies in qualitative techniques, 99% we are using logistic whenever we are developing the model, whenever we are predicting the values on the basis of it. And in this we are using logit. Logit is nothing. This is log of it, log of your odds, or we call it logit. This is natural log of odds of an event occurring. Because here we are working with the data set, which is converted into probability. What is the probability or no? So we are working on the probabilities rather than working on the numbers. That if the advertisement will be this, the sales will be this. So these numbers are coming. In logistic regression, the probabilities are coming. Okay. And the most important is logistic regression is normally in 99.9% cases, we can use it with categorical scalar data also, but we are not using it. Regression is giving us good results there. So why should we use logistic? But we can apply that also. Okay. So normally logistic regression is used whenever the dependent variable, your DV, okay, your DV is category or binary. Either it will happen yes or no, whenever this is the outcome. Or you have done the responses, you have captured the responses that these are the people, this is their characteristics. On the basis of this, you are predicting that this person will join my company or not. Your response. Ultimately, what you are going to predict is your category. Yes or no. So here we cannot apply linear regression. We have to apply logistic. Okay. So why to apply, where to apply logistic? This is the simple meaning. I would be paying more attention on it rather than paying attention on the formulas, which is very simple, because we are going to use the software, no problem. So where logistic regression fits in our entire data analysis. And so yesterday I was just trying to do it. So here first directly I have taken the slide. You need to understand where is my logistic regression in this. Okay, and this is must for all whenever you are doing the data analysis. So we have to understand what type of relationships are we examining here. You want to say the relationship is dependent one on another. These are dependent. X depend on Y, X on Y, Y depend on X, Y on X. So in regression, you must have done all the equations like this. Spending on sales depends on, spending on advertisement depends on sales, or sales depends on advertisement spending. Okay. If your sales is increasing, you will advertise more. So you have to find out the relationship. So dependence, the X depends on Y. Sometimes there are interdependence. X depends on Y, Y depends on X. Okay. For example, I'm from finance, so normally I give example of this. Whenever Nifty is going up, obviously all other companies will go up. All shares will go up. So Reliance, HUL, all company shares will go up. But we cannot say that the Reliance is going up, that's why Nifty is going up. Sometime it can happen because Reliance is heavyweight in Nifty. So Reliance is going up, the Nifty is going up. But Nifty is going up, all company shares will go up. So Reliance will also go up. So we have to find out the dependence, or the data is interdependent. Means both are dependent on each other. So when we are doing analysis in finance, this is I'm talking about the quantitative metric data. Both are interdependent. The same thing is applicable in qualitative also. The model which you are developing, you have to clearly define the relationships and select the test, select the tool through which you will examine this relationship. Okay. So dependence, if there is one dependent variable, single relationship, data is metric, you can apply multiple regression, your normal regression or multiple regression. Okay. There may be one dependent variable and there may be multiple data. You can simply apply the regression, MRA. Non-metric data. categorical data. Okay, so here you can have a MDA on LRA. LRA is logistic regression analysis. MDA is multiple. What is this MDA? Anybody who is available aware about this? Multi-dimensional analysis. Okay,
multiple discriminant analysis.
Multiple discriminant analysis, multiple dimensional analysis. MDS is multiple dimensional scale, your scale analysis, scaling techniques. Okay, very good. So you can apply this. So simply you can select it. So your logistic is fitting here. When you want to see the dependence, okay, one variable is dependent, one dependent variable depend on many other things you are applying. Non-metric data is there and the logistic. All other things we are not discussing here. When several dependent variables are single relationship, you can apply MANOVA. Multiple relationship, multiple dependent variables, independent variables, we apply structural equation modeling. You all are maximum are from marketing. So you all are comfortable with this. Whenever you have interdependence, you want to see the interdependence of the variables, then we will apply EFA, that is exploratory factor analysis. When you want to do the cases and you want to see the dependence of the cases, relationship in the cases, so we have CLA analysis, that is your casual layered analysis. This is especially for the case study. Whenever you want to study the relationships of the object, we apply the MDS. Okay. So all of you are aware. So why I have put this slide here? Because whatever you are learning, you should know where it fits. Okay, so you should be clear that LRA is fitting here. Logistic regression analysis in the non-metric data. When we are talking about the single dependent, one dependent variable depend on many other variables. Independent variables can be one or many. Okay, so we are interacting the dependence. X depend on Y or Y depend on X, and there are multiple variables. Is it clear to all of you? Any question? Okay. So I got this. This is a book published by JASP on statistics, and they have presented the information so nicely. So I couldn't stop me without sharing it with you. So yesterday I said, let me show it to you that yes, these type of resources are available to you. So which test should we use? And is it available in JASP? So they have given beautiful presentation on it. So in next 5 minutes, I think we have just 5 minutes. So I will just show you this and we will stop it here. So everything is clearly mentioned in this. You want to compare the one sample with the hypothetic population mean. Obviously, in all the cases, we have to understand first what data you have. What is the data type? It is continuous data or scalar data. It is ordinal data or your nominal data. These three things are the most important in selecting the technique. You have nominal data. So you have nominal data in 2 categories or more than 2 categories. Okay. So this is the standard format which we will be following in again. In continuous data, it is parametric. Again, in continuous, do we have some elements of non-parametric? Normally, it is not in continuous data. It will be parametric only. But in complex data, sometimes we can feel it. So in medical science, they have done it, but I have not come across in my research so far. So whenever I'm talking continuous data, it is my scalar data and it is parametric only, metric data. Okay. So how to select it? So quickly, we will run through all this slide to understand where my test fits and what is available in JASP. So which is not available in JASP, you can see it is highlighted here. Right now in the latest version, which I am using, in that it is not available. Okay. In coming months, it can be. So data type. So we want to compare the one sample to the hypothetic population. So this is my metric data. So then simply t-test you will apply. But if it is not my metric data, it is ordinal data. It means in a preference it is given, or the nominal data. Primarily in qualitative data, we are using the nominal data. Okay, categories are there. We have given the codes and converted into categories. So whenever we have 2 categories, we can apply the binomial. Binomial means 2 outcome, either this or that. Probability of happening this or not. Or if it is more than 2 category, we can have multi-nominal test or the chi-square goodness of it. I am sure everybody is doing this. Whenever you are doing market research, you have more than 2 categories, you are applying chi-square. Now you want to see the 2 different groups. Again, we are talking about the nominal. Here, we don't have any other choice other than the chi-square. We have to fit that. In ordinal, yes, instead of t-test, ordinal data, you have to use Mann-Whitney's U-test, whereas in metric data, we are using t-test. Okay, I'm sure you all are comfortable with this. You want to test the relationship between 2 or more variable, again, in nominal, because in qualitative data, we are having nominal data. Okay, categorical data. There, what choice do we have? We have chi-square. Okay, if you want to just understand the relationship. Remember, I'm just talking about the relationship so far. Whereas in metric data, we can apply Pearson, Carl Pearson, or in ordinal data, we can have rank correlation. If it is the assumption of the parameters is not met, so then we can go for the rank or Canal's tau. Normally, we are going for the Spearman rank correlation or the tau. These are the popularly used in ordinal or the parametric where the normality condition is not fulfilled. Otherwise, in metric data, 99% we are going with this. Okay, now we are predicting the outcome. Now here we have understood the relationship. You want to predict it. Then what type of tests are available to us? So again, on the basis of data types. In qualitative, we are here. Okay, so in continuous or metric data, we can apply simple regression or multiple regression. If we have to predict more than one variable. So we are not talking this side right now. We are talking this. We have data type, we have nominal data or ordinal data. In nominal, we will apply logistic regression. So I'm sure now you are clear that why we are learning logistic, what we want to do with logistic regression. Okay, so that's why I said I should show you the entire spectrum so that you can understand okay, whatever we are learning today, where are we going to use in our research? Okay, so if you have ordinal data, again, it is nominal, your categorical data, but in order. So you have ordinal regression. Okay, right now it is not available in JASP. For this, you have to either go to SPSS. It is there in SPSS, or you can use R. Okay, so this is our topic of discussion today. Then you want to discuss these are further test. You can see it. That you want to see the difference between the 3 and more independent groups. Again, for the nominal data, we don't have any choice. It is chi-square. So now you must have understood that in categorical data analysis, there are 2 most important tests which we are applying. That is the chi-square and the logistic. Okay, besides that, we have hardly any other tool available to us in categorical. Okay. Structural equation modeling is used to understand that is again based on the regression only. Understand the relationships with multivariate. Again, we have quantified it because whatever we are capturing in SEM, these are the Likert scale. We have converted them into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have captured the data and we are identifying the relationships. Okay, so we have quantified the qualitative information and trying to understand the relationship in the data. Hope up to this stage, there is no problem. Any question? So these are the tests which you can apply. ANOVA, MANOVA, Kruskal Valley, where you have to use. I'm sure you are comfortable.
Ma'am, we'll meet at 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
It's already 1.
Yes, sir. We will stop it here because this is the that's why I said because now in after lunch we will start directly the logistic.
Yeah.
So up to this stage we will not discuss. So this is the case. Okay. So you have to use logistic. So we have only 2 choices in categorical data primarily. Whenever we are converting into frequency, it's a chi-square and the logistic. Okay. I am sure we have set the tone for the logistic regression. So after lunch break, we will meet and we will see how it is different from the linear regression, what is the base of logistic regression, and how to read the data set. So we would be working on data sets, and I can take the data set. I have my own data set also, and we will take data set from the JASP library also, and we will do the experiment with that. Okay. Tell you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope it was you could learn something.
It was a lovely session, and I look forward to and all and other participants. Sharp 2 o'clock, please log in. Before that, still better, so that we can start on time. Thank you once again. And those who have got a query can still send a query on chat box at 2 o'clock, so that before we start the session, you can, if you have any doubts, you can share the same on chat box so that she can answer it. Thank you once again to all of you, and have a happy lunch.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Hello everyone. You all can either stay in the meeting or you all can drop off and then log in back again at 2. We'll be resuming at 2 post the lunch break, and it will be 2 p.m. sharp. So yeah, thank you.
मैंने बोला अभी पूरा शादी हो गई, थोड़ी सी फेरे ही बाकी थे. Welcome back, ma'am, and I welcome all the audience. For in the morning we had wonderful sessions, and logistical regression is little confusing, but he's trying to make it very simple, and it is of late, people are scrutinizing the data very minutely. Those who are reviewer, they see the data, and based on that, they are making comments. I'll just share my own experience. Recently, one of the paper which is already published, the person said that why you are using Z test of proportion, which is manual, and remaining other tests were SPSS. So he said that why you please knock off this point and add t-test or any other test, which is, so we have taken t-test, which can be done since the sample size was large. So we use the Z test of proportion, and I have published this paper earlier, other means related to that statistical analysis, earlier in a good reputed journal. But this is the first time the reviewer made a comment that, it is quite confusing, your analysis. So if you are using SPSS, use only SPSS. Don't have manually, you are doing Z test of proportion, because SPSS doesn't give that data. So, so we have to change it. It is already published. It is in Journal of International Journal of Emerging Market, which is a IMRAL publication. Abhi last week, jaise maine aapko kaha, it is in the publication stage. I got DOI. So that is the point which I'm trying to say, that of late the reviewers are making comments. So we use regression because it's very easy to correlate or correlation test. But when to use correlation test, or when to use regression, or when to use logistic regression, you have to understand it very, very minutely, because of late there are some selected reviewers are emerging. They are looking at the analysis part. Earlier, the reviewer used to see the content, they used to make comments, they used to see the methodology. They are called methodology experts, and the result, they used to see very, whether hypothesis testing has been done or not. So that's all. But of late, this is my experience. I may be wrong, but this is my experience, that of late, new selected reviewers are emerging, which are minutely assessing and trying to understand what the analysis you have done, whether your interpretation of analysis is correct or not. So therefore, the regression seems to be used very common. So understanding where to use correlation, where to use normal regression, where to use logistic regression, if Nirmala ji can again, before she starts, can highlight this point, that will be a great, upgradation of the knowledge of the existing faculty. So over to you, ma'am, before I take up your topic. So over to you. I once again thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And this lecture will starts at 2 and it will end at 3:30. You can go up to 10-15 minutes more, depending upon the audience acceptance. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, I have already covered this, where to use which technique and
I know. Just to re-summarize.
I will share it with you once again.
No, just to summarize again with the other, so that
I will do it, sir, because that is very important, because without understanding it, if we are using the techniques, many times you will be asked question for this. There was one question in chat box also that instead of logistic regression, can we use discriminant analysis? What is the difference? I will come to that point also. I think that person, the person who has written that question in the chat box, are you there?
Yeah, they'll be joining. They'll be joining.
Yeah, okay. So, do you know where do we apply discriminant analysis?
Ma'am, basically when, again, as you said, when your dependent variable is categorical, like say I want to find out, say a particular employee falls into whether promotion available, he has got promotion or not. So, and that depends on various things like number of years of experience or say leadership skills and others. So there your independent variables are again quantitative and your dependent variable is in the form of categories. So I just wanted to clarify with you whether.
Yes. So you got the answer. In discriminant analysis, we have independent variables are in metric data. These are scalar data. And we are predicting a non-scalar, or that is the categorical data. Okay. So outcome is in category that this person will get promotion or not. So that is category. But the data which you are using, it is metric data. So you can have mean and you can have variance in that.
Okay. And so in this case, your independent variables can be qualitative also.
Yes. In this case, when you have your independent variables are in category, okay, and then you are using the regression, then we cannot use discriminant analysis, then we have to go for the logistic.
Okay.
Okay. So we can apply logistic in both the cases. You can apply logistic in that when you have scalar data as an independent variable and you want to predict the categorical data, or you have your independent variable as categorical and you are predicting the categorical data. So that's why logistic regression is used across the globe, because this is very simple, because you need not to classify it also and you can apply it. But discriminant analysis you can use only when you have mean and variance. If you don't have that, that is possible only in the metric data. You cannot have that in categorical data.
Yeah.
I hope you got the answer.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Yeah. Any other question so far, whatever we had discussed? Okay. So I will share the screen and we will start with that, because as sir said, it is very important to understand which tool or techniques we are applying. Otherwise, you will get questioned by the referees. It is obvious. Even in our PhD research, for the research paper publication or in PhD research, they will ask you this question only. Why you have applied this and why you have not applied this. I remember we were working on one thesis and I was not directly guiding that person. But we had applied regression there for the projection to test the hypothesis that on the basis of the parameters, if this change would have not happened, then the sales which we are, the import export which we are projecting here, which we have achieved today in 2011, we would have achieved in 2015. So I have done the analysis and I have created a model to justify the hypothesis that because of the intervention, the sales which import exports, the exports which we are supposed to achieve in 2050, we could achieve in 2011. Okay, that's why this intervention is very important and it has created positive impact on the export in this country. So this was based on the, you can say, quantitative data which we have got from the government website. And we have presented this in the thesis, and the referee was not comfortable with this. He said, why you had applied ANOVA? Because the outcome which we apply in regression, when you look at your Excel, because I have used Excel at that time, I have not used. So by default, ANOVA is there. And he was saying, why you had applied ANOVA? I said, sir, we have not applied ANOVA. It is regression equation. We have done the projection. And this is the projected data. And this is the actual data. And this is the difference. And we have built the model like this. You will not believe in that. Ultimately, we had to drop that model from there. And we had to give the normal presentation because he was not satisfied that the regression is fitting here. Whereas, as far as my knowledge is concerned, I had applied regression, keeping all the factors in mind, it was exactly same. But the person was not convinced. So whenever you are writing, whenever you are selecting anything like this, you have to be very careful which tool you are using. Yeah, I can see one hand is raised.
Myself, I'm Dr. Shiva.
Yes, yes, sir.
I'll just share, the same question came 1 month back on another paper which got accepted. This week only, where the person said, why you use ANOVA? So, I have to give 3 references. You said, no, when you use regression, ANOVA comes by default.
Right.
So I have given 3 references to support what I'm saying. So then he agreed. Maybe that sometime, the lack of, he may be expert in methodology, he may not be expert in results evaluation.
Yes.
So that could be the reason. So I have given 3 references. So in such event, since you mentioned that you have to drop, but if you could have given 3 references from the book, then it could have, it could have convinced, because reviewer will never doubt, if you give standard references. So I have 3 references there, so the reviewer has agreed.
Yes, the same. Yeah, I agree. Because in this case, what happened? It was PhD thesis, and we were in hurry. Ultimately, okay, if he's not agreeing it with this, because of that, we have that person got delayed for his viva and all those things for 6 months because he was not convinced.
He was, Miss, you have to rewrite. Oh, I see.
Yeah, so that is the case. So in that case, then we had no other choice. I said, better instead of forcing him to accept this, he was saying, nahi, ho hi nahi sakta ye. It should not be. So, and whatever references we are giving, I said, this is proper fit in this case because it was normal data and metric data. Distribution was normal. It was fulfilling all the conditions in the data set. But still he was saying why you had applied it. So we justified from our side. Then I said, okay, this is the objection in the thesis. Now please leave it and approve the thesis. That's all. So because we have published paper and paper got published. Paper, there was no problem in it. And they appreciated it that, yes, you had applied it.
This reminds me, I always say, never argue with the referee. With the referee. Otherwise, they create a problem, I know.
Because this was the case, yeah, it happens. And in paper, there was no problem. Yeah. Actually, at the time of final viva, there was another referee. He said, somewhere you have mentioned this, where is the outcome? Then I was smiling, we had it, we removed it because of the another referee. So we said, no, sir, there was some error in this. So we said, need not to argue in front of him that we are just trying to cross him. So we said, no, there was some error in model. So we removed it, but it happens. So the core thing is that whatever we are doing, we have to justify it.
Correct, yes.
If we cannot justify it, why are we doing it? What is the logic behind this? So for international papers, they will not accept it. Yeah, Diksha, please go ahead. What is your question?
Mr. Dhar.
Ma'am, extremely sorry. It went by mistake, actually. Extremely sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. Okay. So shall we start the presentation now? Because in logistics, there is so many things, and I would be doing the calculation in Excel also, and I would be showing you 2-3 cases also. So let's do it right now. And if you have any problem, please stop me and ask me immediately, because it is slightly difficult concept. I have tried to make it as simple as possible. So I avoided the formulas in the function. Okay, so I will just go back to our presentation from the first slide. I'm sure you all were there. Okay, but still, as sir mentioned, okay, just show us how we have started and where we have to use the techniques. So we have started with this. Where are we using logistic? The main thing is when the response is in category and the prediction which we are doing, okay, predictor is also in category, then we can blindly apply logistic regression, because there is no other technique which will help you here in regression, which will help you to predict the model. Okay, if you have a scalar data, then you can apply discriminant, but otherwise you have to apply the logistic only. So right now we have discussed it. So this is the background of the logistic regression. It was developed in 1958 and we calculate the odds of happening the event. So this is probability based. What is the probability? The outcome will be like this. Okay, so everything is around the probability. So normally whenever we are talking about the probability, so normally we convert the data into binary. So probability of happening of the event and non-happening of the event. So today my focus will be on the odds only. How do we calculate odds and what is the importance of odds and how do we predict the results? Because that is very important. If you understand this much, I will feel that I have done some good work here, because see, after that you can read any analysis, you will able to connect it. But if you are confused here, then whatever research you are reading, you will get always confused that how we have arrived at on this conclusion. Okay, so that's why today we will focus on the core of the logistic regression. Okay, my focus will not be on more on formulas. My focus will be how can we use it, why are we using it, and how can we read the figures. Okay, so this is once again going back to the basic, that what type of relationship are we examining? Because regression means you are trying to explore the relationship, and on the basis of relationship you are going to predict something. So what type of relationship you are examining in your research, it will depend, it will help you to understand the technique which you have to apply. So if you are exploring the dependence, that one variable is dependent on another variable. Now this variable can be categorical, it can be your metric, that is your scalar variable. Okay, so independent and dependent variable are there. Then the one dependent variable, single relationship, means there is only one relationship of that. The y is dependent on x. Then we have to check the data is your metric or non-metric. If it is metric, simple regression is applicable. If it is non-metric, then we can have MDA and LRA. Again, in non-metric, because the dependent variable is non-metric, the outcome is non-metric. So we can use discriminant analysis, MDA, when our independent variables are scalar. That is, we can calculate the mean and variance of that. Then we can apply MDA. The predictive variable, that is your dependent variable, is in you can say in category, whereas the independent variables are your continuous data sets or your scalar data. So then you can use MDA. But if your dependent and independent variables both are in category, then you have to use LR. This is the most important thing which you have to remember. Besides that, we have discussed all those things. There are several dependent variables in single relationship. Then we can go for the MANOVA. Multiple relationships of independent and independent variable. We don't know which is impacting what. So we have complex models. So you can apply structural equation modeling. When the variables are interdependent, then what structure you want to analyze of the relationship? In the variable, then EFA. In the cases, then CLA. And in your, just let me. In the cases CLA, and then if it is your if you want to find out the relationship amongst the objects, then it will be your MDS. Okay, the scaling techniques are there. So you should be selecting it on the basis of this. As I told you, in JASP, you have very good books available in JASP, and they have given this picture. I have given the reference here also. Okay, in JASP, Dr. Mark Gauss has written this book, and he has explained when to use, which technique to be used, and whether this technique is available in JASP or not, beautifully in this book. So I have taken all these pictures from this book. So reference is already given to you here. You can get it. And he has explained all tools and techniques in such a manner that any layman can understand it. Okay, how to interpret the data, how to use it, where to use this technique, and how to read that outcome. Okay, so from that, I have just prepared, I have taken few shots that which test should we use for comparing the one sample. Everybody is available, aware about this. We are applying t-test or binomial in nominal data. We are talking about the qualitative research where we are primarily having categorical data, because in qualitative research, chances of having metric data is very less. So in nominal data, binomial or the chi-square, if we have more than 2 categories. Okay. Similarly, you want to see the difference between 2 independent groups. There are 2 samples and you want to do it again. Chi-square is your first choice whenever we are talking about the nominal. In ordinal, yes, we can apply the Mann-Whitney's U-test also, which is just complementary to your t-test, which we are using in metric data. Okay. So similarly, when you are testing the relationship between 2 and more variables, for nominal, we are again here, and for ordinal, this is again a categorical data. So the relationship Pearson is only applicable for metric data. We cannot apply Pearson in nominal data. So either use Spearman's rank correlation or the Kendall's tau, or in nominal, we can explore it with the help of chi-square, and we can calculate the contingency test or the Kramer's V ratio to find out the degree of the relationship. Otherwise, chi-square will give us that there is a significant relationship or not. Okay, so we can use it. When you want to predict on the basis of the relationship, this is the regression. Again, metric data, you can apply simple regression or multiple regression or your non-linear or linear regression. But whenever you have categorical data, which is your qualitative data, so in nominal, we will apply logistic when the dependent, independent, both are nominal. Okay, so dependent variable and independent variable, both are in category, you can apply nominal. Sorry, logistic regression. And in this, when one variable is, you have ordinal regression, you can apply when your dependent variable is in ordinal. You can have 1, 2, 3, 4 orders, and you want to predict the relationship, or your independence variable are in ordinal data, then you can apply the ordinal regression. Or in logistic, we have 4 types, which I will explain you. You can select one of them. Okay. So, but in JASP, this is not available. So in coming versions, we can have it. Similarly, whenever we have difference between 2, 3 and more independent groups, for nominal in our categorical data, we will apply chi-square. Whenever we want to measure the difference between 3 or more related groups, we want to test it. Okay. So again, the logistic regression is the commonly used measure. Okay. For metric data, we have ANOVA, and there are full group of ANOVA there. Okay, so we can apply on the basis of the your data set and the objective of your research. But for qualitative data, normally we are having in 99.9%, it is your categorical data. So we have limited choices. Okay, so we had stopped it here, that if you want to interact between 2 and more independent variable, again, in nominal, it is your logistic regression. Okay, so now we have to pay attention on it. What is logistic regression? How it is different from linear regression? Okay, so in linear regression, you are seeing that there are 2 pictures. So these are your inputs. Okay. Okay. These are your inputs. In linear regression, what are we doing? We are taking the inputs, developing the equation, and we are predicting, isn't it? So y is equal to a plus bx. This is our linear regression. Simple, we are going for the prediction of y, which is dependent on x. Okay, B is your coefficient, A is your constant. So in linear regression, we are just having a linear relationship. Okay, so one constant is there and the coefficient is there. That is your slope of the regression line. And we just insert that X in that and we can predict the Y. But when we have categorical data, we cannot predict Y here. This is Y and this is my X. Different X, X1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we develop the equation. But now, because my Y is in category, so outcome is either this or that, either 0 or 1 if I define it. Either my event will occur in my favor or the event will not occur in my favor. So when my outcome is between 0 and 1, so if I apply linear regression, where the outcome will be based on my metric data here, I cannot arrive at the values between 0 and 1. It can go in negative, it can go more than 1. So can I apply linear there? Never. So here what we do in logistic, we convert that into probability. Now the probability is, we all are aware, it is always between 0 and 1. So probability will be, it will not go in negative. The happening of the event and not happening of the event, it will not go in negative. So that's why in logistic regression, this is the basic difference, and we apply, we just predict, convert the data, the outcome into probability, and we predict it. So this is the basic difference. Okay. So in simple words, simple language, what is logistic regression? So logistic regression is based on your nominal, your categorical data, where you have dependent and independent variable, both are in categories. So the chances are very high that your outcome, because it is in both the categories. Suppose there are two categories. So what will be the category? 0 and 1. And your dependent variable, independent variable, that is also in 0 and 1. So how can I predict? How can I develop the model here? Because this is my, the chances are happening, the event, that event will happen 0 and 0. Or what is the chance of happening 0 and 1? What is the chance of happening 1 and 0? And what is the chance of happening 1 and 1? So this is the way I have to predict. So I cannot apply logistic simple regression here, because there are 4 different situations. So we have to go and take the help of logistic, where we are using the probabilities and we are using the odds to arrive at the regression equation. Okay. So logistic regression focuses on, it seeks to first, the model the probability of an event which is occurring. Okay. Obviously, the probability, it can mean categorical or numerical, but 99% it is always in categorical. So depending on the variable, your DI, dependent variable, is in category. Okay. What is the probability? It will happen. The probability will be always into P. Not happening will be 1 minus P. Okay. So, or you can write it Q. So model always gives you information. What is the probability of happening the event depending on the independent variables, which can be in category or numbers. That can be in metric data. Number 2, it estimates the probability that event occurs for a randomly selected observation. Whatever observation you are selecting, for example, I have a data set that there are people, we will be discussing that in coming few minutes, that there are employed, there are non-employed, there are unemployed people. Now we have collected data for their shopping behavior. So those who are employed, obviously they will go for more, they will shop more, and those who are unemployed, they are not having enough funds, so they will shop less. They will shop for the essential things. So now we have tried to capture that behavior, that the employed people, whether they are shopping more or less. Okay. Now suppose, now we can have a probability. As I told you, here we have 4 outcomes. There is not one outcome. Okay. So suppose one person is entering and he is employed. We want to predict whether he will go for high level of shopping or low level of shopping. Okay. So again, binary, we are predicting it. So the logistic regression helps us to estimate the probability that an event occurs, that is the probability of happening is selectively, versus or the event occurs, that is a P versus the event does not occur, P divided by Q. We call it odd ratio, odd. We call it odds, and we calculate the odd ratio, which is the further extension of this. Okay, so we estimate that probability. So we call it odds. What is the odds ratio in this? So what is the odds of these two things which will happen? Or what is the odds these two things will happen like this? Okay, we'll just see the example. Number 3, logistic regression predicts the effect of the series of variables on the binary response. It is significantly impacting the relationship or not? So there may be many variables. What is the relationship with that binary outcome? So we can measure that also in logistic regression. And the last one, the fourth importance of the logistic regression is that it classifies the observations by estimating the probability of the observation of a particular category, so that you can classify the person who is coming with this parameter, he will fall in that category. So you can do it. You can classify your data set. Okay, this is the most important, you can say, the quality of logistic regression. So simple example I have shown you. You have credit scores. Now this credit scores are in metric data. Okay, you have numbers. You build the model and you can predict this person will take loan or this person will not take loan. Now, the same credit score I can convert into, on the basis of the metric data, I can say high credit score and low credit score. I can convert into binary or the categorical data. People who are having high credit score, there is one cutoff. So I group them in high credit score, and another set of people who are in the low category of credit score. So what is the chance they will take a loan or not? So that can be done in logistic. So if you have figures here, you can apply discriminant analysis, but you have, this is divided into category, you can apply logistic regression. So hope up to this stage there is no problem. Okay, so again, simple, I have tried to put it in a very, very simple manner, that the predictor, okay, non-negative, continuous. Your predictors can be binary. So you have years of experience, number of years participation. What is the outcome? This outcome can be in the categorical response, that you will meet the specification or you will not meet the specification. You will get the promotion or you will not get the promotion, or you will be active participant on this or not. Okay, so your outcome is either yes or no. So this is your categorical outcome. Okay, this is also, this can be metric, number of years of experience, but the participation yes and no, it is non-metric. So you have two variables, metric and non-metric. In that case, we can apply logistic regression. Is it clear to all of you? Any question up to this stage? Okay. So why other regression will not work here? So you can simply say, because simple regression, we need quantitative variable. The predictor is quantitative and the independent variables are also quantitative. Both the variables are metric. Multiple regression, again, both the variables, multiple variables, all are in quantitative, all are numeric, all are metric. So we cannot apply this. Non-linear regression is also talking about the relationship in the data set, but it is not linear. So again, we need metric data. Okay. So now, so these are the three things which are very important. Now, the fourth is very important, that whenever we are going for the categorical data or the binary data does not have normal distribution. It will be skewed one. Okay, either yes or no. Many that you have huge data sample, then only it will be normal distribution. Otherwise, it will be skewed one. And in qualitative research, normally we are having less data points. So the condition of normal distribution will not met. So we can apply other regressions. We have to go for the logistic regression. Okay. Now, what type of data design is needed in logistic regression? Simply, you can understand. This is again going back to your basic only. In simple regression, you have data. Okay, this is the outcome. Again, numeric. All are metric data. So you want to have a relationship between these two. Apply simple. You want to have this prediction based on all this data set, apply multiple regression. Okay. So all data here we are talking about metric. Whereas in logistic, dependent variable is categorical. Okay. What is the outcome? You can say yes, 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 or no. So this is your categorical, whether this person will come or not. The factors which you are taking. Now this factor will be categorical. Which factors are affecting? Suppose you have scalar data. We call it covariate. It is continuous data, covariate. So there are factors and covariate because on the basis of the type of data, it is the category and this is the continuous data. So if these two are there, we can predict the dependent variable in the logistic regression. Okay. So this is the data design which we are using in logistic. Now, how many types of logistic regressions are there? So there are primarily 4 types of logistic regression which we are using. First is binary logistic regression. Okay, binary means there are 2, obviously binomial or binary, we are knowing either this or that. So there are 2 categories only, pass or fail, yes and no, up and down, agree, disagree, only 2 categories. So whenever your outcome, see our focus is now in this case, now we are discussing only about the dependent variable. Because independent variable can be your linear, binomial or whatever. But we have to focus on the what type of dependent variable you are using here. Accordingly, we have to go for the logistic regression. Okay. So the dependent variable, your outcome is in binary. There are only 2 categories, either pass or fail, either yes or no. Okay. Then we have to use the simple first logistic regression. This is called the binary. Now, suppose you have 3 outcomes, 3 or more outcomes of the category, but these are nominal. So here also this is nominal. Agree? Yes, no, pass, fail. You can keep no first and yes later. You can keep fail first and pass later and so on. So you can change the order. So this is your nominal category. Okay. So when the number of categories are nominal, but these are only 2, we can apply binary logistic regression. When the number of categories are more than 2, that is 3 or more. More than 2 is obviously 3 and more. Then these are nominal. I can put red first, green second, blue and black, or I can put blue first, black second, red third and green. There is no order in this data set. Okay. My dependent variable, I can put in any sequence. There is no order in this. So I can apply nominal logistic regression, where the outcome, that is dependent variable, is more than 3 categories. Okay, 3 or more. So you can apply this. But when there is an order in this, that you have to place first, second, third, and fourth, in that case, we will apply the ordinal logistic regression, where we have to present the categories in an order. There is a relationship in that. So your data should come in that order. So we have to modify our regression equation slightly. It will be your ordinal logistic regression. For example, again here we have categorical data, but the category is coming in ordinal. Okay. So here medical condition, critical, serious, stable, and good, like this. But when you have your dependent variable outcome is more than 3, and again, these are the number of times an event occurs. Okay. You can say, you can divide it. What are the chances that this event will happen 0 times, 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and so on. So categories are more than 3, and the outcome is given number of times. Okay. So this is, we can use the Poisson logistic regression, because again here it is discrete. Okay. This is not in order, but there is a particular point which is happening, and your data, your independent variable, you have categorical data also in that. So we cannot apply normal regression, multiple regression. We cannot apply discriminant analysis. Then in that case, we will have to go for the Poisson logistic regression. This is slightly complicated, but in SPSS, all 4 models are available. If you have your data set like this, you can use SPSS, you can use R, Python, or you can in JASP. I think we can use up to 3 logistic regression. So far in JASP 0.16, The Poisson is, I have not seen that. Okay. Now, how to understand it? Again, the basic. This is very important. See, in linear regression, what is happening? This is our regression line. Okay. This is my X, or this is the predicted regression line. On the basis of my independent variable, X, I am predicting the Y value. Okay. So if my X is 0 and the relationship is negative, my Y can go negative. Okay. It can be negative and it can go above 1 also, depending on the Y value. So my Y values are going like this now, but my actual data set is only this. Y is either it will happen or it will not happen. X is changing. X is anything between this. The moment I fit a linear regression line, my line will be like this, which will not give me the result, correct result, because the possibility of happening Y below 0 is not there, because Y can be max to max, it can go to 0, or max to max, it can go up to 1. Either the event will happen or it will not happen. But my linear regression will give me output like this. We will see it in Excel. We will apply on the data set and see that your values are coming like this. So that's why we have to convert into probability. What is the probability of happening the event if given X is like this? So we call it the sigmoid function. Okay. So on the basis of X, the probability of happening Y will be like this. So it is normally in S shape. That's why it is called sigmoid, because there will be some data points which are in the borderline. It can go to 0 or it can go to 1, because the chances are happening is either 0 or 1. The actual data will be like this only. Okay. And these are the probabilities. So we have to classify it. Okay. If X is here, so what is the chance that Y will be 1? Or if X is here, what is the chance that Y will be 0? This is what we are predicting in logistic regression. So in normal regression, the curve, your equation is Y is equal to A plus BX, or you can call it B0 plus B1. B1 is your beta into the X, your independent variable. Whereas in logistic, we convert that into probability. And the equation becomes like this: 1 divided by, this is reciprocal of 1 plus exponential minus Y. Y is your predictor. So here we are also doing the prediction, but we are converting this prediction into the probability. So the prediction is coming in the same manner, the way we are doing in normal regression. Okay. So here we are using the log. If we write it, we expand this. So it will be like this: the log of this value, probability of happening. This is called the odds, is equal to, this is your regression equation, which you have, basic regression equation. Okay, let's do it. We will see it. I have taken this from some students. Because I was trying to figure it out, how can I present it in a very simple manner. I came across this picture, which I liked it. So I said I can put everything in one slide and easily you can understand. So the logistic function is like this only. If you can understand this, you can understand everything. Very simple. So in normal regression, what are we doing? We are writing it like this. So this is your normal regression, because there are many variables. So Z, which you are predicting, is equal to, this is your base, intercept, and these are the coefficient with the particular variables. Okay. So the moment we want to convert into a logistic one, convert into the probability, so we will apply the sigmoid function. The sigmoid function is converting into probability is equal to 1 divided by this formula. And because this is Z is negative, when we convert into positive, the formula will be like this. Okay. So when we look at the formula, those who are comfortable in the derivation and all, for them it is very simple. But the people who are having fear for the formula, for them it is what is happening. Oh, we have to write the complex formulas like this. No, you have to simply define the relationships here and you can arrive it. It's simple. This is what we do. I will explain you Excel. This is my simple linear regression. So similarly, we are getting the output in logistic regression also. We have intercept and we have different coefficients. Okay. So on the basis of that, this is my intercept and these are the coefficient. In regression, we do the projection, the y is equal to this is on the basis of these coefficients. Okay, because these are the metric data. So there the immediately our outcome is coming. But here the outcome is in probability. So we have to convert that. So how to do it? So here we have to use the odds. So odds is what is the probability of happening the event. So P divided by Q, we call it odds. What is the odds and what is the odds ratio? Okay. So suppose my base is in logistic, it is very important to select your base. What is the P for you and what is the Q for you? For example, for me, the employed people are my probability of happening the event. So for employed, I am giving P, and unemployed, I am giving them P minus 1, that is my Q. So my base is employed people. I can change it also because these are nominal data. So I can give P to unemployed and Q to employed people. Okay. So it will not impact my result. Ultimate outcome will be same. But you have to decide that which variable or which outcome you will define as probability of happening the event and which is against you, that is not happening the event. So accordingly, you have to interpret the data. That is very important. Okay. And then the entire function will be always like this. So when we convert this odds into the probability equation, which we have written it here, it goes like this only. The exponential of the z is coming from here. So same, the same equation plus 1 divided by this. This is your probability total. It is simply, this is the possibility of happening the event, and the P plus 1 we are saying this we have calculated on the basis of the z equation. What is the possibility, and this is what is the actually exponential function, and divide by the exponential function plus 1 will give you the probability of happening the event in your favor. Okay. So further. Okay. So on the basis of odds, we can simply, this is the same thing which we are using, and we can take the logs to solve it because it looks so difficult, but in softwares it is very easy. So there we take the logs of S, and this is equal to your equation. So we are doing this exercise in JASP in one click, and we are getting the outcomes. Okay, immediately. So we need to learn how to read that outcome. That is very important, rather than, yes, we should know that how we have arrived at this, and then we can interpret the data. Okay, so need not to worry with the formulas which are there, but whenever you are writing the research paper, at that time, you have to at least mention these things, because you have to define what are your X. So we have to input that also in this formula, and what are your odds and what is your ln function. This is called log of odds. So log it, we have taken the log it is called logit. Okay, so we have different terms, logit, probit, and tobit for the higher level. Today we will focus only on the logit. Okay, up to this stage, do you have any problem? Any question? Okay, so let's do it. So odds ratio is very important term in logistic regression. Simply just try to understand it, what is odds ratio, because again and again we are talking it, and our interpretation will be based on the odds ratio. So in probability we have done, what is the probability of happening? It is the possibility of the outcome in your favor. Okay, whatever you want, that suppose India, Pakistan is India and West Indies is playing, and if head comes, India will play first, and if tail comes, then West Indies will play first. Okay, so for us, what is the favorable probability of coming the head? Divide by the all possible outcomes. For West Indies, it is coming tail divided by the all possible outcomes, and so on. So this is always the base. So P, your probability, possibility is always equal to P divided by P plus Q, total outcome. This is the possibility. This is your ratio. Okay. Now, what are the odds? Odds are simply defined as possibility of occurring the event in your favor and not occurring the event in your favor. Yani P divided by Q, or the Q is P divided by 1 minus P, not happening in your favor. So this is your odds. And this is very important in logistic, which I have already mentioned to you. Then what is the odds ratio? So for me, if I am taking the occurring the event is so employment, okay, and employed people, and for you it is unemployed people. So what is the odds for employed people and what is the odds for unemployed people? If we take the ratio of it, this is called odds ratio. Okay, so you can see I have mentioned it here. The odds ratio is very simple. Odds 1 divided by odds 0. Two outcomes are possible. Okay, so odds 1, obviously, what is the odds? You have seen it here. So P divided by 1 minus P, and the odds 0, P0 divided by 1 minus P0. So this is called OR, or the odds ratio in logistic regression. Let's have simple example. Okay, now we have a data set. Now this is a non-metric, means the dependent and independent variable both are in categories. Okay, so there are two categories. We want to figure it out, the shopping behavior. So the shopping amount, again, shopping amount is disclosed as divided, explained as low shopping and high shopping. Employment, those who are employed and those who are not employed. These are the two categories in this. Okay, so these are the frequency. Those who are coming for low shopping, those who are unemployed and doing low shopping, those who are unemployed and doing high shopping, those who are employed and doing low shopping, and those who are employed and doing high shopping. So this is our data set. Now we have to predict it. What is the possibility that the person will come who is employed, what will be the shopping? Or we can say the person who is shopping, okay, what is the possibility that he is employed or non-employed, like this. So we can predict it. So we will first develop the equation. So now here we have to create a regression equation based on this. Okay. Now in simple terms, so far, whenever you are using chi-square, okay, what were you doing? You were just calculating the proportion. You are giving the probability of happening this event, calculating the difference, and you are saying there is an association or not. Everybody has done this. In chi-square we are playing with this type of data only, and we are trying to figure it out, is there any relationship or not? Okay, so here also we will be using chi-square to understand the relationship, if there is any relationship or not. If it is there, obviously this is visible, which we can see unemployed are doing low shopping and employed are doing high shopping. So these two values are very important in chi-square, A, B or alpha, beta. If there is relationship between these two, you can say the data, that is impact of the variable which you are going to predict. Okay, there is a relationship, a strong relationship, and that we will see in the model also. So now these are the probability, or you can say the proportions. These are not the probabilities, these are the proportion that the unemployed, if I take it 100, so 0.778%, 77.8% chance are there that unemployed will do low shopping. Okay, and 22.2% are doing high shopping, like this. You can read the data. Now, when we convert into probability logistic regression, so we will calculate the odds in this. How to do the odds in this? Now, right now, I'm not using any model. I will show you the same calculation in model. It is just to make you comfortable how we are arriving at that data with a very simple example. Okay, so we will calculate the odds. What are the chances of odds that what is the odds for the high shopping is to low shopping amount? So high shopping, okay, and this is my low shopping. So if I divide this by this, I will get the proportion. So this is my first odd. How we had calculated the odd was equal to P divided by Q, isn't it? So total is 1. So my P is 0.433 and 1 minus 0.433 means 0.56. So what is my odd? That the employed people who are coming, what is the chance that high shopping people, the person who is employed will have high shopping? Okay, they will come. So you can say the chances of that is always, you can see it is less. If you are employed, your chances are more. If you are not employed, your chances are less. What is your base category? Your base category is low shopping. Then high shopping people are less than the low shopping people. Is it visible from here also? That the frequency, if you are seeing the frequency, the high shopping people are less, they are 13, whereas the low shopping people are more. So my odd ratio is, what is the chance that if there is one person who is coming for low shopping, then what is the chance of coming the next person? Odd ratio is 0.76, who will be the high shopping person. Okay, he will spend more on shopping. So this is the way we read this ratio. This is called odds of proportion of high shopping is to low shopping. What was my base? My base is low shopping. With reference to low shopping, what is the proportion of high shopping? Okay, now we will go to the next stage to see the conditional odd. This is the overall odd only on the basis of the shopping behavior, that they will come the high or low shopping. Now, what is the impact of the employment on the shopping behavior? Okay, so this is the condition which we want to examine here. So now here, the high shopping amount divided by the low shopping amount, those who are unemployed, we will just see, because we want to see the impact of the employment. So first we will see this ratio. So what is the high shopping amount divided by low shopping amount for the unemployed? You can see the figures here, which we have calculated. So 0.22 divided by 0.78, it is 0.2.86. Is to 1, 1 is not important. It means in unemployed, the proportion of high shopping is very low, isn't it? What is this? This is only the probability is 0.286 people who are unemployed will go for high shopping. Otherwise, remaining will go for the low shopping. They will not shop too much. Okay. Similarly, we can do it for the employed also. The same 0.75 divided by 0.25, it is 3.8. Now, overall, what is the odd ratio? That if a person who is coming employed, what is the chance that he will go for a higher shopping? Then we calculate the overall odd ratio. Okay. So overall odd ratio is very simple. Here we have calculated, see, this one is not so important because obviously, you know, the first value is important. It is with reference to the one. Okay. So the employed one, their value was 3, odd ratio. We are just talking about the odds. For the employed, the odd was 3, and for the unemployed was 2.86. It means this 10.5. So we can draw a conclusion that when employed will have 10 times more probability to go for a shopping, higher shopping. The total amount of shopping will be more than the unemployed one on the basis of odds ratio. This is the way we are actually using logistic regression. Here I have not used any software. I have done only on the basis of the simple proportion manually. As Srivastava sir has mentioned that he has used the probability concept, he must have used it like this only, where you can calculate it and you can say that what is the probability that one employed will go for higher shopping as compared to the unemployed. We can calculate it like this. Okay. Now, same thing we can do in model. The moment I run model on this data, I will get the output like this. Okay. Now, you all are comfortable with these things. In regression also, we have constant, we have beta. Okay. So here you will also get the constant and the beta. This is employment. We are going to see the impact of the employment. So this is my constant and this is my beta. Standard error. Normally, in metric data, we have t-test. Here we have wall test. Okay. So this is just like your t-test, degrees of freedom, significance, that is your p-value. Now you can see the p-value is 0.007. It is significant or not? is significant. There is impact of the employment on the shopping. Your p-value is giving you this information. Okay. And the exponential value, that is your beta, it is here. Now 10.5, which we have calculated here, overall odd ratio. This is called your OR, or you call it beta, exponential beta. You can see we have got this value in the model here. Okay. And the constant, the base was here, that was 2.86. You can see we have got the base 2.86 here for the, because we have taken the unemployment as a base. We have taken unemployment as a base, and that is my 2.86. Okay. With reference to this, what is the probability that employed people will do shopping? So the probability is 10 times more with reference to unemployed. Okay. So this is the way we examine the model and we calculate it. So now you can see all the values are same, which I have done it there also. And if we follow the formula, you will get the same. Here again, everything is written in the same manner. And now I will show you this in the software, and we will do the calculation in the Excel also. So up to this stage, do you have any problem? Any question? Okay. Can you see the Excel? Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, madam, visible.
Yeah. So this is my data, shopping and employment. Okay. This is, I have saved in CVS file. So shopping, employment, then I have converted into 0 and 1. So because I have taken that base category, so I have just converted employed 0, unemployed, unemployed 0 and employed 1, low and high 0 and 1. Okay. And this is my data for amount spent, how much amount they had spent. This is my basic data. Let's do it in JASP. I will just use this file in JASP. Okay. So I have started the JASP here. Okay. So now you can see the JASP here. Okay. Now in JASP, I will open. Right now, I was just doing the data files. Recent file. In recent file, I am opening this data file. Okay. It is showing me the old one. Okay. Let me switch it. Okay. Can you see the data file here in the JASP? It is visible to you. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to calculate the logistic regression here. Go to regression. You can see correlation, linear regression, logistic, open logistic. Now, what I want to do, as I told you, the moment we will start it, our tables will be here. Okay. Now here, what we want to see the employment. What is dependent variable? The shopping. What we want to predict? The shopping. So we will select the shopping and we will put it here. Okay. Now, shopping is based on what? It is based on employment. So I will select the employment, and I cannot, this is a factor because it is categorical data. It will come here. Okay. Now we want to see the amount spent. This is my covariate. Okay. So now you can see the intercept and all. So you can see this table. Now suppose if I remove, okay. Okay, here I have changed the figures, amount spent. I have taken as a scalar data. So that's why it is showing it just I will remove this so that whatever we had discussed, we are reaching that, because I have played with that numbers also. So it is showing it me like this. Okay. So shopping is the dependent variable, whether you will shop or not. Okay. And it is dependent on the your employment. This is my first level of model. I want to test it. Then we will go to the next level where we will see the impact of your amount spent. Okay, in this file I have changed it. I will convert into high and low amount spend. I have converted into scalar data. Shopping. Okay, fine. Just a minute. Let us first do it like this. Okay, the shopping and employment. Now we have got a very, very basic information here. We have not. Can you see the model properly here? Only two things we are correlating. Now here, this model is based on employment only. What is the impact of employment on your shopping? Okay. Now we will go to the all the metrics which we wanted. The first level, we will go to the next level also. So here one metric is very important. We have to select all the metrics in this. Whenever we are doing the logistic regression, the confusion metrics is very important. How many times you are predicting, whatever you are predicting is correct or not. So this is giving us in a confusion metric. It means I have observed 0 value and the predicted 0 also. If I have observed 0 but predicted as 1, so this is the error. So confusion metrics will tell you that how many times your predictions are correct. Okay, so how many times it is correct. So confusion metrics will be helping us to see whether my model is fit or not. Number one. Now we can see the model here also. We have to look at all these values. I will explain you one by one all the values. But first, let me have it. Confusion metrics I have done. We can calculate the odds ratio. You can see the moment I click the odds ratio, it has come here. You can see here odds ratio is in your coefficients. You can see it. The intercept and the your employment and your coefficient is here. Now we want to have metrics. We can see, we want to see the performance on the basis of AUC. We want sensitivity, specificity, that whether the negative values are true or not. And H measure, this is your just like your chi-square test. Okay, so all you can click all, but these 4 are very important. Even out of these 4, if you are not doing AUC, then you can do sensitivity, specificity, and H measure. These 3 are very important to understand your model, whether it is fit or not. Okay, so now here, how to read these tables? Simply, this is your intercept and this is your beta. Intercept and beta, we are just taking, we have not taken 2 factors, we have just taken the dependent variable and the factor. Covariate, we have not put it here. Okay, now in this, because I have changed the data, amount spent I have changed, so that's why the figures are coming slightly different. Now understand one thing. The moment we open the logistic regression, so you will find the values here. First, you can see it here. There is H0 is written. The model summary. Can you see the cursor here? H0 is written here. Okay. Here, there are 2 values, AIC and BIC. The rule of thumb is it should be less as compared to the first one. First one is we have just predicted on the basis of the dependent variable itself. We have just started. We have just taken the dependent variable here and the value of AIC and BIC is coming here. Okay. So the moment we enter, incorporate one more value, this value should come, it should be less. It means the predictability of model is better now. Okay. So error term will be less. So here you can see the value of chi-square is also given. So chi-square, this is on the degrees of freedom, and then this is the chi-square. So in chi-square, you can see the p-value. Everybody is comfortable with interpreting the p-value. It is coming less than your alpha. It means the chi-square is significant. The relationship is significant here. Okay. Now Here you can see 4 more values are given. McFadden R square is given, Naglerkar R square is given, Tazur R square, and Coxon-Snell. Now, normally whenever we have multivariate data, we have to look at the McFadden R square. But here we are talking about only 2 variables. This is not multivariate where we don't have more than 2 relationships. We have only one relationship, which is binary. So here we should not look at this. But ideally, this value should be between 0.2 and 0.4. If your value is coming in between, your model is a good fit. Okay. Besides that, so normally whenever you are not using multivariate, you are using the normal variables, then you have to see this R square and the Coxon-Snell R square. So these values are coming very low, 0.246 and 0.33, but we can accept it moderately. Yeah, there is an impact, but the chi-square is coming significant. It means the relationship is there. Okay. Now here we have in this the coefficient table, which you can see it here. We have intercept and the employment. Okay. The standard error of this and the odds ratio in these two, because we have not included the shopping low and high here. Okay, because shopping. Okay, I will change it because right now it will not get changed. If the moment I include this, we will take another data file. So exactly the same figures should come because I have changed the figures in this Excel. So figures are not matching, but normally it should be like this. So estimate, intercept, and employment. Now we can actually calculate everything with the help of this. So odds ratio is given to you. Z statistics is the same, which we. Okay, so Z statistics is the same which we are using so far. Here, instead of your t-test, it is wall test. Are you asking? Okay, so we can see the probability p-value here. We can see the p-value here, and you can see the employment. What is the p-value? It is coming significant. It means there is impact of that on the model.
I guess the host can help us.
The common qualification.
May I request you to mute yourself, sir? Excuse me.
Or PhD secretary,
Dr. Srinivas, please mute yourself.
If you can ask Tanvi madam.
Hello.
Rajesh sir, please ask Tanvi madam to intervene. She is the host.
No.
Yeah, please, mute this person concerned, please, from your side if possible. Recon committee member, please be active. Mute him, please.
The host can mute. Yes, host to intervene.
Recon committee, please mute.
Hello.
Partnership Benetta double and Githaros. I don't know when Madam to go to Madam, Madam, I know if the left. Madam, he has the Monday expectation in the debate. Ilola de Zanakara. ఈ సినిమా అంతా అయితే అని
Can
తెలిసి
mute the participant. I think so.
స్టార్టింగ్ లో ఉండేట మేడం మూమెంట్ నేను కూడా మిస్ అయ్యే తెలియదు మనకి ఇంతవరకు మీకు తెలిసి ఉండాలి ఏం చెప్పలేదా ఏం చెప్పలేదా చూడు ఏం చెప్పలేదా అడుగుంటారు నాకు తెలుసు ఇద్దరు ముచ్చట పెడతా అంటారు
Host can unmute to all.
Yes, call.
చెప్తా అడిగితే నేను కూడా అడగలే కానీ ఇద్దరు పక్క పక్కన ముచ్చట పెడతాను అంటే ఒకటి వచ్చినాయి
Possible for you or Darshil sir, they are the host and co-host. Now it is done. Now it is done. Now please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So how to read it? Oh, fine. So we have regression equation, normally regression output. We have to read it in the same manner, but here we have to convert into probability. So there are some important factors which we have to consider here. Now, as I told you that we have to check certain parameters here, which are very important. So here we have checked what confusion matrix. Confusion matrix will give us the, what is the probability, what is the ratio that we are getting right prediction. Okay, we have predicted 0 and we have got the 0. We have predicted 1 and we have got the 1. It means these are the right prediction. And we have predicted 0, but we got 1. We predicted 1, we got 0. So that is the wrong prediction. So that is our contingency table. So you can see it and you can convert into proportion also by just checking it. So the moment I convert it into this, you can see the percentages are also given to us within the row, within the column and the total. Okay, whatever you want to use in your research, you can take it. Okay, so right now I will make it again the simple one where you can see the frequencies here. Now in performance metrics, we have to minimum check 3 things. Which are these 3 things? One is the sensitivity indicator, that is sensitivity matrix. It is talking about the true positive values. Positive values means which is in my favor. The probability which I have taken as a P for me, what is the probability that my prediction is giving me exactly the same? Okay, that is called the sensitivity matrix. And the true negativity means negative values. I have predicted negative value and actually we got the negative value. So specificity value is talking about the true negative value. So this ratio is very important for us, that my model is giving me proper projections or not. If these values are low, means your model is not proper fit. So you have to look at these 2 values importantly whenever you are checking your model. And as I told you that because we are using the categorical data, in categorical data, my data is in non-metric. We are having categories, both the side dependent and independent variables. So here we can apply the chi-square. So H measure is nothing. This is based on your chi-square. So this is your chi-square test. So this is talking about the performance. This value is also giving you a normal result that, yeah, this is significant, this is okay. Because we have to read this value with reference to the chi-square and the P which we have got. The P value for the chi-square here. If relationship is significant, your H measure will give you the value accordingly. That is good enough for your model. So this is the way we have to read the values. Now, how to calculate the probabilities on the basis of it? We will just go and see it. We will do it in Excel. So now we have got the model. Can I get the probabilities in the model here? I can plot it also. You can see in here, you can see we can plot it. So here I can just click the first, which is very important. This is the squared Pearson residual plot. This is very important measure for this. Okay, sometime we go for the ROC plots also and PR plots also to see what is the model's predictability here. But here now, which is important, this is very important, because the outcome is either this side or that side. So this red line, because here the data is very small data set, so we are getting output like this. In another case, we will have an output in slightly different. This red line should be close to 1, less than 1 is always preferable. If it is coming to 2 and coming down to 1, it means your model is best fit. But here it is coming straight, means because there are very few values, because the data set is only 30 and there are very few values which are not fitting, which are not giving you the proper estimate. So that's why here the red line is coming 100% good. Okay. In another cases, you will see this red line is, it will be slightly going like this and so. And we can see this is your performance plots, true positive value. As we have seen, the true positive value, that is sensitivity, is 0.692. Your plot is like this. So this value is giving, yes, your model is a good fit. You can use it for the prediction. And this is your RRPR plot. Sometime we are using it. Normally in research we are not using. We are giving the ROC plot only. Whenever your plot is like this, it means the true positive values are very high. It is giving you a proper predictive prediction of your data set. So this is the way we have to read it. Now, how will we calculate the probabilities of it? We will use this data in Excel to predict the values. Okay, let's do it. Up to this stage, do you have any problem? Any question up to this stage?
Ma'am, please go ahead. Everything is okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just opening another Excel sheet with another data. Okay. Let me share it with you. Okay, so we have got the values there. I can calculate on the basis of this value. I can predict it. Actually, here I can develop the equation. Let me do it. I will show you it. How can we do it? Okay, can you see my Excel here? Okay, is it visible to you? Oh, I cannot see it. Let me check it. Okay, the Excel visible to all of you. Now, this is my shopping and this is my employment status. Now, we have got the equation there in JASP. I'm just copying that equation here for the model estimate. Okay, can you see that I have copied the equation here, the estimate and this standard error odds ratio. Okay, 3.5 and so. Now in this, I think there are not. Oh. There was one missing value, that's why it was taking it to this. Okay, okay. So just a minute, I got the, okay. Let's just to explain you, we will not go with the figures because in this now there was one missing value. That's why model has taken only 29 data points and there was an error and the values are different. Okay, now how can I calculate the probabilities? Just pay attention on the way I am calculating it. That's it. In regression, what you were doing, you were calculating the y is equal to a plus bx. Okay, a is your intercept and b is your coefficient. Same principle we will apply it here. Your employment is this. Now I will just calculate the estimate here. Can you see it? Should I increase the font size? Is it clear? Okay. Now in G column, I am just calculating the estimates. Okay. Estimate based on your equation. Now we have this intercept. I have just colored it. This is my intercept, green color, and this is my employment. I am putting another color in employment. Okay. I have put the blue color in employment. Okay. So intercept is this and this is my employment. If I change, this is my independent variable. If there is change in the employment, my estimate on the shopping will get changed. Okay. So we are taking this as a base here to calculate the estimate. So simple, y is equal to a plus bx. So my intercept is this plus my b coefficient is this into the x, the employment. This is the employment. Okay. Now, because I'm going to use it again and again, I'm dragging it for all the probabilities. So what will I do? I will fix these values, the intercept and employment. Okay. So what will I do? I will just put the $sign here so that I can copy the formula. That's it. Enter. Now, see, if I am just using the regression equation, now you can see the values are coming minus 1.098 and 1.258. When my employment, that is unemployed, is there 0, then my value is coming 1.258. That is not possible, isn't it? Because the probability of outcome is either 0 or 1. So it should be between 0 and 1. It cannot be beyond this. So this is just estimate. Now, how can we convert this estimate into probability? We have to simply apply, this is the probability. So we will use the exponential here. So what we will do, equal to exponential. Okay. Select this, enter. Now, once we have calculated the exponential, now you can drag it. Okay, now we have converted it into this. Now we can calculate the probability. What was the probability? P was 1 divided by exponential divided by 1 plus exponential. Okay, so I will put that formula. This one divided by 1 plus the same value. Okay, just enter. Now you can see. Now, what is the probability? If the employment is 1, the probability is 0.25. And if the unemployed is there, that is employment is 0, what is the probability? 0.778. Okay. If you remember, we had the same values there. Okay. So you can see these are the probability and these are the outcome which are constant because the outcome is always between 0 and 1. So this is the probability which will line. So 0.77 means the probability is towards your side. Here we have taken the 0 as the base. So what is the probability that the unemployed person, 0 is for the unemployed. Okay. It's very high as compared to the employed one, the spending more money. Unemployed will spend less money and employed will spend more money because the JASP has taken it in a different manner, but the ultimate outcome will be same. Okay. So this is the way you can calculate the probabilities of coming a person like this, whether he will spend low or he will spend more in the on the basis of the data. So this is my probability ultimately, which is coming from the data. Probability of happening the event. Okay. So now how will we interpret this data? Now we have got the P and Q. Now we know the odds ratio. On the basis of this, we can say, now what we had done, if you go back to our slide, you can see there I have presented it in a simple manner, that odds ratio, we have to just check the exponential value that was coming 10.5 there. Okay, here what is the value? You can see in just in our equation. Okay, so what is the employment coefficient? It is 0.095. Okay, so now we can calculate the same values here in the in this model in Excel also. Okay, so the intercept odds ratio is 3.5. This is the base. We have to focus on the 0.095. Okay, so what is, how will you interpret this? What is the meaning of this 0.095? The chances of a person who is coming, who is unemployed, he will spend more, is very less, isn't it? It is just 1/10, the 10 times more, which we had done in the slide also. If you see, we had interpreted it like this only. So what is the chance? What is the odds ratio? What is the with reference to the base, what is the probability? Okay. So similarly, you will do it here, and we will come to know that what is the log odds and what is the probability of a person who is coming, he is employed or unemployed, he will spend more or high, and we will write the conclusion on the basis of it. Okay. So shall we take the second example so that you can get some values? Up to this stage, do you have any problem? So in logistic, what are we doing? We are just giving the probability, that what is the probability, what is how many times the person will come and spend more or less, what is the probability that event will occur in your favor. Okay, let's do the same exercise with another data set. Those who are having JASP, they can open the data set of Titanic. There is a data set given in JASP that is on Titanic case. Everybody is aware about the Titanic case, that this was a big ship and 1300 plus people died in this. So in this data set, we have data about the classes of the passengers, that they are in the first class, second class, third class, and the gender and the age, and what is the probability that they will survive or they will die. So we will see how can we apply the logistic regression in that. Just a minute. Okay, so this we have done. This is the way you have to write your results. Okay. Can you see the presentation? And I have explained all those things, how to predict, how to write about your data set, that what is the outcome of your model. These values should be lower the better. Okay. And this is your R square. In this is your just like t-test. We have already discussed in outcome. This is a confusion metric, which is telling, talking about the correct, the right outcome, how many times you are giving the correct prediction. Sensitivity is the true positive values, and specificity is true negative outcome, negative values in the data set. This is the way we have to understand. This is another metrics. Let us do again in the data set and we will come back. Okay. Just a minute. Let me share the JASP here. Okay, now you can see I have started JASP here. Now here I am opening a new data file. Now I can open. Now here I want to take the data file from the data library. In this, you can see you have Titanic. You all can do it.
Ma'am, it was under regression.
Okay, by mistake, I have opened the debug data. We can apply on this also, but here we have scalar data. Maximum scalar data, nominal data is, no, it is a scalar data.
So it is in regression folder.
Yeah, it is in regression folder. Just a minute. I'm switching the screen, so it is again and again I have to share it. Okay, so here we can go to open the files in data library. Your Titanic is in regression. Yes, it is in regression. Okay, we got the data set here. Can you see it? Okay, now this is my data set. Here the name of the passengers is given, the class is given, age is given, sex is given, that gender is given, female or male, and whether they have survived or not. Now we have to apply the regression here. We want to apply the logistic regression. Okay, now what we want to see what is the chances of survival. So survival is a dependent variable, that is the outcome. Based on, we want to check it on the basis of the class, which class you are in. So this will go in because this is your class is given. So there are second class and third class, and on the basis of age is your covariate. Okay, so can we predict the model that what is the chance of survival if you are in second class or third class or the first class? Is it high, or do you have any impact of age on it? Okay, so you can see we have all the data files here. You can see it on the screen. Okay, now we have just selected all the factors here. You can see the model is there. Initially the H0 is only with the survival. All these values are there. So you can see the AIC, BIC is very high. Degrees of freedom is very high. The moment I added two more factors in this, the P class and age, this is going to the second level of model, that is your H1. Immediately your values are coming down. Okay, so this is good that your AIC, BIC has reduced from here. Now you can see other values here. Now here the chi-square is 115. Degrees of freedom is this 115 is chi-square. The P value is less than 0.001. It means relationship is there. Okay, so chi-square is telling us your model, in this model we have relationship in the data. Now as I told you, it is not multivariate analysis. This is only one relationship which survived we are talking. So we need not to look at the McFadden R square. Instead of that, we have to look at the remaining 2 R square. That is good enough. But again, the R value is very low. So the predictions, you will see that there is more. There will be high level of error in this because the R values are very low. Okay, now coming to your coefficient table, you can see the intercept, P class second, P class 3, third P class, and then this is the passenger class and the age. Okay, what is the coefficient with the age? And the Wallace statistics, this is your T statistics. Your P values are given in all the cases. Your P value is coming less than 0.001. It means all these values are having impact on the prediction of the survival of the passengers. Okay. Now we will just go to the statistics. Here we will see. First, we will be interested in confusion matrix. So we will see whether we are able to predict it or not. So here you can see the predicted value. The moment I clicked on the confusion metric, you can see the prediction was the chances of not survival 0, and the predicted 0 are 350. It means this is correct. And 1 and 1 predicted 155. But here you can say the error is also very high. That you have predicted, observed 0, but you had predicted 93. So this is your error. Similarly, you have observed 1 and you have predicted is 0. It means in your model, if you go for the true sensitive, true positive value and true negative value, you will find that these values are coming low. Okay, so error is there. It is just 0.505. So true positive values are less as compared to the true negative values, which is not good in the model. Okay, so if we apply the chi-square test here, that is the H measure, you can see the H measure is also coming very low. Though the chi-square is relationship is there and this is significant, but your relationship, when we measure it, it is coming very less. That's why you can see there are more error in your prediction, which is there in the confusion matrix. Okay, now we can see the plots here. Just go and check the plots. Okay, now in plots, we have to see the squared Pearson residual plot. Now here you can see in that data set, we were not having all the data points probabilities because the data point was very small. Here we have 1300 plus data points, and out of which the model has taken 756 data points here. Now you can see the red line is here. Is it visible to all of you? Okay, so in red line, you can see it was around 2. Gradually it is coming down and down, and it is on 1. Okay, half of this. So this is saying, okay, yes, your prediction is to some extent it is good, because there are wrong values here, wrong predicted values here. That's why it is coming above 1. It should be 1 or below 1. That is the best thing. It cannot go below 1. It will be always around 1. It will be touching it. Okay, so you can see it here. Now we can have a conditional estimate plot also, and the confidence interval also. Yes, you can see this is your estimate plots, survival. And this is very important. We can use it in writing the paper. What does it say? It says that, now this is the probabilities. Okay, estimate plots. That what is the probability the passenger is in first class and passenger will survive. So here you can see this value is very high up. Okay, as compared to the probability of survival for the third class passenger. Okay, this is low. So what conclusion you can draw with the help of this? The passengers who were in first class, chances of their survival was higher than the passenger who are in the third class. Now how much it is, you can calculate with the help of the odd ratio here. Okay, so we have not included the odd ratio in this. Yes, now you can see the odd ratio is there. So you can see the chances of survival on the basis of this. On the basis of age, we are not finding it so much, but on the basis of the class, you can see the plot is there. Okay, now you can predict it. Is there any relationship of the age and the survival? So those who were young, their survival, chances of survival was very high as compared to this. This is coming, this is the projection, and the shade is your Z area, the error in that projection, plus minus value, which we call, this is that coming in the model. Okay, so with the help of this, we can actually write our comments that what is the odd ratio in this. On the basis of odds, we can predict what is the probability that a person who is in the second class or third class, traveling in the second or third class, or as compared to the first class, what is the chance that he will be getting, he will have a probability of survival. We can interpret on the basis of this data. Okay, so I think it is already 3:15. We cannot discuss it further. So I am open for the questions. I have already taken 15 minutes extra. So any question? I do understand this is a quite complicated topic, and covering it in 1.5 hours is slightly difficult, but I hope that whatever we had done, you could understand the basic, and now you can apply it. Yeah, any question?
Ma'am, can you little describe the AIC BIC again?
Okay. AIC BIC is just the measure. Okay. This is talking about the moment we add new variables in this. Okay. Your values will come down. The target is that this value should be minimum. So the moment I've just entered one value, my first level of model, this H0 is the first level of model with one variable, that is the predictable, okay, predictor. And the moment I add another variable, the impact on AIC and BIC is visible. Okay, what the full form I have already mentioned in the your slide. This is based on this only. Okay, the AIC and BIC is simply, these are the measures which we call it, you can see Akaike information criteria and Bayesian information criteria. This is the full form of your AIC and BIC. Okay, so the target is we have to minimize it. It should be less. Okay, this is the way we have to read it.
Less than H0, that is 917.917. That would be fine.
Yeah, but it, as compared to the first value, it should reduce. It should not increase. This is the decision criteria. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and the most important is your confusion matrix. And this you should able to read it. How that observed frequency and the predicted. The model is predicting on the basis of the relationship. So how many observations are going correct? We have to see. So we have observed 0 and model predicted 0 350 times. We observed 0 and model predicted 93. That is 193 cases. It's very high. So we can calculate the proportion also. Now, the moment I click the proportion, now you can see with reference to total 443 counts, the error is 21%. This is very high. And with reference to a total of your one, the predicted one, this is 37%. The error is high. Okay, so this is very important. And whenever you are writing it, pay attention on the confusion matrix, which will tell about that model is fit or not. We have to pay attention on, first we have to write the AIC, BIC, whether the value is covered, reducing or not. Second, we have to check the chi-square. Third, we have to see the correlation here. Okay, and the p-values for the intercepts and the coefficient, whether this is having an impact or not. Then the most important in your confusion matrix. And this value, sensitivity and specificity is, sensitivity should be high. This is called the true positive value. Okay, and the graph you can have it. So you have seen, we have plotted it. This graph is very important. The survival probability. What is the probability? This is high or low. You can predict on the basis of this. Yes. Any other question? Okay. So if there is no question, I can stop it. I can share some books with you. You can refer these books. Let me see. I will just show you. I'm just stopping it. Okay. So there is no question. So I'm closing the JASP. Instead of that, I'm opening few PDF files to show you. I'm sharing that. Okay. Which you can refer it. Let me open few PDFs. This is very good book. Okay. This is again available in the JASP library. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this is very good. You should download it. This is JASP data library. So all cases which are given to you are mentioned here for each and every case. Okay, so and how can you apply this test? Why to apply, how to, everything is given so clearly in this. This is 427 pages document. Very nicely done. Okay. And second is your this is very important one. Okay, there is one more library. This is just, I'll just share one more data file here. Research papers, I have many research papers on it, where you can see that how to write the results. Okay, but we don't have time. So what I'm doing, I'm sharing one more thing with you. Qualitative research. Just
You can give this in your
yes,
handouts, which will be circulating now.
yes, yes, sir. There is yeah. Can you see this? Yeah, it is on the screen. And this is must for you. I have referred it also. Everything is mentioned in this book. Everything. So here you can read it. This is again on JASP. This is beautifully presented book. Here you can see on page number, I think 89, you can see how to read the results. For each and everything in JASP, now, they have given with the example how to interpret, how to modify it. So you can just download it from JASP and you can refer it. Okay. For logistic also, you can see it. Okay, how to read the data, correlation analysis, everything. So these are the two good books available on JASP in the JASP itself. So you can download it from there. Logistic, this is your, everything is there. Right now, whatever I said, the confusion metrics, performance metrics, how to read it, you can see this. How to write it also. Confusion metric shows this, how to read and write. So everything is given here. With different examples, you can do it. So they have given one example, and the charts which I have taken and I have mentioned it also. I think I have taken it from this book. So how to read all this data and how to use, where to use. So this is my humble request to all of you. Please do read it, because this is very simple book. I really liked it, the way they have presented each and everything in the data set. Okay, so you can see very easily mention everything just like this. And there is one more book, I will just try to show you. Those who are interested in logistic regression, you can refer this book. Can you see this book? Logistic
Yes,
regression.
yes, ma'am.
This is you can see I come across the best book on logistic, because this is written from the self-learning text, and everything is there regarding logistic regression in a very simple manner, in simple example. Even the cases are mentioned in say 20-30 pages in this. This is my favorite one on logistic. And those who want to be comfortable with Excel, there is one book which I do refer every time. You can see this, the fundamental of business analysis, okay, with Excel. Can you see this book? This is also very good book, which you can refer for all the modeling and everything in Excel, for the research perspective also. Okay, with this, I think we have already shoot up by 20-24 minutes. So my apologies for this, but the topic was very lengthy. I tried to cover everything in this. Hope I have done some justice with this. So
thank you very much, Nirmala ji, for excellent presentation. And people have given a very positive comments. We look forward to your further association with us, and we are grateful, and we look forward to your small PPTs which we can circulate, because every day we have been circulating it is whatever you have delivered the lecture, it is video recorded, and our recon committee is editing and then sending to all the participants along with the PPT. So your PPT will be required before 10 o'clock night, so that they can circulate it. Earlier the better. So once again, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the audience as well as the recon committee for conducting the same. Tomorrow we have Dr. A.K. Gupta. He will be talking about Atlas TI. So we have circulated the Atlas TI software to all of you on WhatsApp. So you can download it and try to make it as interactive as you have done today. Thank you once again.
Thank you
We'll
so much.
see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.